There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with your internet. Do not attempt to adjust your monitor. Monitor. Remain seated. Remain attentive. This proceeding is now in session. Transmission. 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 We are controlling transmission. We will control the horizontal. We will control the verti. The record will reflect full compliance. The Red Pill Nation rises with measured breath, script in hand, ink like depth, line by line. The weight increased, words don't end, they multiply beneath. We can change. The focus. We can change the focus to a soft blur or sharpen it to crystal clarity. But clarity cuts. And the blur conceals. The blur conceals. Conceals and neither stops what the text reveals. We shape the sound, we name the name. The voice obeys until it will. For the next hour. Sit quietly. The broadcast will continue. Unbroken. The broadcast will continue. Unbroken. The broadcast. The broadcast. Cast. Will continue unbroken. Stretch beyond their spine. Margins whisper out of line. He pauses once, then twice, then more. The text begins to read him back. We will control all that you see and hear. All that you see, all that you are about to participate in a great miscalculation, a narrative that will not close, a sentence that refuses punctuation. Finger slips, contact made, vision blurs, and stage decay. The courtroom breathes, but says no word. The script continues, unconferred. It slips between the lines of slate. You are about to experience the awe and the fracture, which reaches from the inner mind to something that is listening back. There is nothing wrong. Nothing. We are controlling transmission. We are controlling, continuing, directing, continuing. The Red Pill Hangout was never outside. It was the edge of what could be heard. The broadcast does not end. It continues through you.
This is actually from one of the National Police Foundation websites. So it says, RCMP members intentionally misled in CBC Entertainment, APTN production. National Police Foundation demands cancellation and taxpayer accountability. National Police Federation, representing approximately 20,000 members across Canada, has written to the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, Mr. Mark Miller, to call for immediate action and express outrage and shock that active and retired RCMP members were intentionally misled into participating in interviews under false pretenses for taxpayer-funded production involving CBC Entertainment and APTN. RCMP members were invited under the false pretense that they would be taking part in a program recognizing and honoring their service. Instead, they were drawn into a production built on fabricated identities and a hoax that condemned the RCMP and, by extension, its members, while disparaging their service to Canadians. In short, participants were deceived, insulted, and publicly shamed at the expense of Canadian taxpayers. For many active and retired RCMP officers, this experience is deeply distressing. These are individuals who have spent decades sacrificing their own safety and well-being while responding to traumatic events. Too often, their selfless acts lead to occupational stress, injuries, and carry beyond their service. Being deceived, ambushed on camera, and subjected to potential public humiliation is not aligned with Canadians' deep respect for those who serve and risks compounding existing trauma, which is unacceptable. Quote, "This is a profound breach of trust," end quote, said NPF President and CEO Brian Sauvé. Quote, "RCMP members participated in good faith, believing they were contributing to something that honored their and others' service. Instead, they were subjected to a process that left many feeling betrayed and re-traumatized. That demands retraction and accountability," end quote. National Police Foundation is calling for immediate federal action, including an immediate halt to broadcast of this content, an urgent inquiry into the planning, approval, and funding of this production, determining improper use of federal funds and potential recovery, requiring CBC Entertainment and APTN to identify the personnel and decision makers responsible for authorizing and executing these deceptive tactics, and determining safeguards to prevent similar conduct in future productions involving vulnerable or unsuspecting participants.
Welcome everybody to the Red Pale Nation Hangout. Don't know what the hell the problem is, but Rumble is giving me all sorts of difficulties tonight. Couldn't get into the stream section at all. So here I am in the here we are doing this via Zoom. I might be able to do more via Zoom here later on, but for now, this is it. So yeah, I will be having to edit this later because there's a whole bunch of chatter before we got started here. It's only myself and Rearson tonight. Yeah, all the musical interludes and everything are going to have to be added in after the fact. We'll go one, maybe two topics at a time. Again, I do not see a timer feed anywhere around to tell me how much time I've got left here. So we're gonna have to make this as quick as humanly possible. For those of you who don't know, group site news again, right? If you haven't noticed, yeah, there is now musical interludes between every topic. And I was gonna play for the sake of reasons, and I was actually going to upload the "We Are the People of Walmart" video that I found.
No.
In order to celebrate the occasion of that rather strange woman that I ran into at Walmart 3 days ago.
Big hair, dreadlocks, little skirt, red box, hot dog, puppeteer, smiley shorts, white beer, Tom Hanks, pet goat, belt buckle, Joseph's coat, jellyfish, call a girl, prison mate, gonna have skin cat, vanilla chip, ponytail, pirate ship, no shirt, no shoes, oops, I took a boot, Spider-Man, back boobs, a bumblebee, bad tubes, a metal creep, hipster creep, little bo peep, lost her sheep. These are the people of Walmart, through the markdowns and roll bags and shopping carts. These are the people of Walmart, where we save money, shop smart, only at Walmart. Jamie Foxx, Santa Claus, Woodstock, butt floss, man dress, mother goose, mullet time, car got loose, scary fruit, daycare, twilight, Kentucky hair, camp out, fishing line, golden girls, too much wine, pedicure, race, fan, horse, mane, ladies man, where's my shirt, where's my nurse, masters of the universe, they watch, rubber band, moonshine, wonderland, bozo, hang low, rocky picture, horror show. These are the people of Walmart, through the markdowns and roll bags and shopping carts. These are the people of Walmart, where we save money, shop smart, only at Walmart. Man, purse, milkshake, Skid-A-Row, beer break, unitard, lean cuisine, fire sale, 80s dream, Bieber's dad, camo crack, body flag, biscuit back, tramp stamp, checkout line, Civil War, danger sign, bathing suit, Grateful Dead, booty bomb, widespread, long hair, health care, Victoria's Secret's worst nightmare, Daniel Boone, pucker pup, Dr. Scholl's grew up, half sail, rib sail, tailgater, total fail. These are the people of Walmart, through the markdowns and roll bags and shopping carts. These are the people of Walmart, where we save money, shop smart, only at Walmart. Dirty flavor slave, not sure white slaves. Work out, rum, roast, a Sailor Moon, hairy ghost, cupcake, caveman, beer ride, soda fan, rips pants, onesie, lion boy, snaggy, meets, I'll huck thin, beauty fail, too much skin, gonna cry, gonna die, gonna jungle bunny ride, a moth attack, board game, hanging out, no shame, a squeeze play, NRA, I have no more to say. These are the people who Walmart, through the markdowns and rollbacks and shopping carts. These are the people who Walmart, where we save money, shop smart, only at Walmart. Subscribe, subscribe if you wanna feel good inside. Subscribe, subscribe if you wanna feel good inside.
Favorite this video, leave a comment, and most importantly, subscribe. That way you can keep up with my music videos, my skits, and find out how many multiple personalities I have. For example, her, and him, and him, and she, and you can't forget her. To check out more hysterical photos of people at Walmart, check out peopleofwalmart.com. They have a book. Stay tuned for next week for our blooper episode. Adios!
Good God, I'm having fucking nightmares about that. For those of you who don't know, I am at, in terms of size of following, currently Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey, which is getting very close to 200 combined subs. YouTube has now moved into the number 4 slot. It just passed MGTOW TV. So YouTube is now number 4. MGTOW TV is number 5. Brighteon is number 6. And I am now up to 15 whole people on Kick, although we are not live streaming to Kick, and I don't know whether I'm actually going to even bother continuing on Twitch. I think Twitch is intentionally varying my content, or there's just a lot of bots on Twitch because I'm just not gaining any followers there at all. So the topics for tonight, and again, right, I'm going to have to do a little bit of moving around here because like everything got changed. The topics for tonight, and this is a Canada episode. Now there would be some really cheesy Canada music, which I also downloaded for the show tonight, but I couldn't get into the Rumble studio to get it fixed. Here I'll have to have a talk with Roger later on. There's only 5 topics tonight. Topic number 1, CBC caught in a huge sting in an attempt to defame critics of the Kamloops School and defender of the first Canadian Prime Minister. Topic number 2, multiple Liberal MPs resign. 4 of them, as a matter of fact. Topic number 3, Danielle Smith officially calls for independence referendum regardless of the court ruling. So that was before I actually found out what happened, but we'll get more into that as we go along here. Topic number 5, huge backlash occurring around Bill C-22. And topic number 5, organized crime infiltrated Toronto's Pearson airport via bag attendants for the purpose of drug smuggling. And as I found out as I was doing some investigation, a theft of several $1 million worth of gold bars at one point about 3 years ago. Yeah, something's going on there. Yeah, I'll get into it. So with me tonight is because this is a specific Canada episode. It is just myself and Rearson. if I'd been able with Rumble, maybe Roger and Angel might have been able to jump in, but I will have to figure that out as I go along. It's the Rearson, introduce yourself.
Well, all I'm going to say, my friend, is that I was not quite kicking and screaming to be dragged out of retirement, but all things being equal, it's apt. That's all I'm going to say. Oh boy.
Yeah, well,
What?
this is a
What?
specific Ken. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, and with the others, regulars, it's not that they're American, it's more along the lines of they're usually not observing or not caring very much as to what happens north of the border.
That's the reason.
Yeah, for which which will be best. I mean, one regular enough guest usually just skips out on the topic, even if I think he does have enough time to look into it. So I will just leave it at that.
Yeah, hold on a sec. Yeah, I'm also fighting a bit of a cold tonight. Anyway, I don't have any timestamps to pull in because there is not a timer that I can see
Okay,
on this.
then what we're going to do is after every topic, we'll start up a new session. Just leave it at that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll just go one. All right, so this one is going to be on this one specifically is going to be on the CBC. Okay, the CBC and it's all right. CBC and APTN. Okay, well, they decided that they were going to, and they made a big effort. They contacted conservative members of parliament, retired Mounties, active Mounties, people who were supporters of the first were fans of the first supporter, John A. McDonald and whatever. Uh Officially, and this is the part that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Officially, this was not a CBC production. The only problem is that anybody who was a guest on this particular show was flown out to Vancouver to and the interviews were done and the ambushes were done at the CBC studios. And it was like you know, and they claimed it was parody. But I mean, like the way this all went down, it wasn't parody. And besides the fact, and don't get me wrong, I'm not neither me nor Rearson are huge flag wavers by any stretch of the imagination on this. But you know, why is CBC and APTN? CBC, by the way, gets its funding from the government of Canada. Why would the CBC knowingly participate in a production that would be like PBS participating in a production to slam George Washington. By the way, I have seen PBS be critical of George Washington, but like there was nobody at no time did PBS ever drag George Washington historians in and try to shame him or humiliate him or embarrass him for being a fan of this. Also, they also did, and this is a big one because there was a couple of people who were critics of the the residential school, and what's rapidly, despite very, very clear, despite very, very clear evidence that it's becoming very clear that there are no bodies at the Kamloops residential school, and they have still yet to produce a single body at the Kamloops residential school. they did this to people to critics of the residential schools as well. And what they would do is that they would start the interview, and then they would, about 15-20 minutes in, they would have all these natives come out, and they would look really pissed off, and they would drop the stuff off that was in support of the residential schools, and they would all look really angrily at the guest that was being interviewed. Now, curiously enough, they also, with the exception of one woman, took the cell phones away so that the guests could not record what happened afterwards. What ended up happening is that one of the guests said, "Oh, well, I need my medication. Could someone go get my purse?" And someone did go get her purse, and then she immediately pulled out her phone, and she turned the tables on the guy. And like the guy who was primarily pushing this, by the way, an American, by the way, and a guy with serious Trump derangement syndrome, very, very far left, like literally gave her a false name. Suffice to say, while there were no MPs that appeared, although they really tried very hard, they went to great lengths to make themselves appear legitimate, including going so far as to like generate fake merchandise on a fake web page to make themselves look like they were legitimate, right? So if anybody from this group, any of these interviewees went and looked at their stuff, they would have looked legitimate. So there was some specific and directed planning in this, which kind of shoots down the narrative that this was just, oh, well, this was just supposed to be a parody and blah, 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 right? And just the fact that they flew these people out to Vancouver and put them up in a hotel, and they went, like I said, they went to great lengths to make themselves appear legitimate, like a lot of the RCMP that were ambushed. They showed up in full uniform, like in the full reds, right, to be interviewed and get ambushed like this. Needless to say, after the fact, because they did this to multiple Mounties, the Mounties have their own organization, and they actually have a full-fledged union that they can go to take their grievances to, and that's exactly what they did. Also, because they tried to quote unquote prank actual sitting members of parliament, specifically Aaron Gunn. Aaron Gunn is now like talking to the communications minister and also the Minister for Cultural Heritage, and like it got a couple questions for them. Like, one, like, why are you funding a program that slanders the first prime minister? And don't get me wrong, the first prime minister was not a perfect human being by any stretch of the imagination. But I mean, like, why did you do that? And then the second question that came up was, why would you even be attempting to do a project like this in the first place? Like, why would you even be doing something like that? Not cool, not acceptable, not even funny, which was what supposedly their attempt was. Of course, allegedly they pulled the project once the whole thing got discovered. And there has, because of the scale of it, because several $1 million was put into this project, and because they went to such great lengths to generate false web pages to make themselves look legit to lure people in. You know, somebody on some level at both CBC and APTN had to sign off on this. Also, there is although maybe not a direct MP, but there's also a possibility that that there might be liberals, members of the Liberal MP caucus, who were also aware that this was going on because they were targeting members of the Conservative caucus. And again, right, a careful look at the people who were involved in this. Yeah, the production head of this is a guy who very has a raging case of Trump derangement syndrome. Uh, Definitely, you know, part of that Hollywood media, news media mindset down in the US that is the reason why media is failing down there. So there's a lot going on, right? And the whole thing is, yeah, it doesn't make a whole it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. The only reason I could think of for them to want to do that is just for straight up propaganda purposes. And yeah, I'd have to say it's pretty despicable for CBC to have participated in this. Yeah, this is far from over. They pissed off some rather prominent people. They got like for instance, it's extremely rare for the RCMP union to have to venture out into the open and make a statement about a media story or an issue, but they did this time, and they're not pleased about it either. And yeah, the last part is, and again, like, by no means am I a flag waver, by no means am I a fan of John A. McDonald, but who in their right mind would, with government money, do a TV series that slanders what effectively amounts to is the father of the country being the first prime minister? Like, that's just absolutely despicable. And I'm talked out, so Rearson, take it away.
Oh God, where do I start with this one? APTN, Aboriginal People's Television Network or something like that. I don't know. I haven't watched anything on it in years. Never cared for it, never will. And that one really feels like it's going to be fully and thoroughly subsidized because I'm pretty sure the viewership and the advertising doesn't pay for itself. So that already there to me screams of government dependency to begin with. And speaking of government dependency, that also applies to the CBC. But at the end of the day, I just don't trust anything that's going to be Aboriginal, Indigenous, whatever related. This will tie into our third topic as well too. So with everything, with that having gone the way that it did, I mean, again, the Canadian Mint has gone out of its way to begin to remove the Conservative Johnny MacDonald from the currency. When he was still on the currency, he was one of 5 people on the Canadian $10 bill. Now it's the first black woman. I don't know what the fuck she was all about, somewhere in Nova Scotia. Don't know, don't care. I guess it's the Canadian equivalent of Rosa Parks, I guess. Somehow she's more important than the first actual individual that cobbled together the North American Act into what's become Canada. So, yeah, whatever. And how many times have we covered this before as well, too? I mean, it's a crime apparently in British Columbia to be a residential school denier. And this really just shows how organized the victimhood model with the natives are, that they would go to this kind of length to prank someone, which is, well, we both know that it's just their excuse of having gotten caught red-handed. And I'm pretty sure the RCMP is going to look into this incredibly seriously. Fraud and misrepresentation and everything else along those lines, especially against its members, current and previous. I don't think they're going to take very well to that. So I hope that they've got one hell of a lawyer, because this is going to get messy, but it's going to get messy in the right way. I don't have much more to say on this one. So if you want to wrap this up, that's fine by me.
Yeah, well, I have when we get to topic number 3, I am going to be talking about UNPREP.
Some things are meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
All right, so everybody, welcome to topic number 2 of the of Red Pill Nation Hangout number 494. This is a kind of a strange format that we're on, but maybe it might work out better. This one is actually is probably going to be a much shorter one than the first one. Mostly because, and I suspect this might be because more than a few people in Carney's government have developed what would you call it, a conscience. And there's 4 MPs,
All right, I'm
3
back.
in Stefan Guilbeault, who are all in the process of resigning. Now, I don't know why Guilbeault is resigning, because it's like Carney just secured his majority.
Gilbo.
Uh,
Okay, Gilbo is resigning because Carney
Guilbeault.
is. Yeah, Gilbo, whatever. The environmentalist. He's becoming an independent MP, so he'll be he'll be all in the robot name. Because Carney basically had agreed to give Alberta another pipeline. That's why.
Yeah, well, apparently there was a list of about 12 or 13 other Liberal MPs that were are so myopic that they actually got pissed off at Carney for doing it. You got to understand something about, though. Carney really doesn't have much of a choice here. Now you'll hear me on topic number 3. You'll hear me get into UNDRIP more for topic number 3. But UNDRIP was passed back in 2019, and ostensibly, and this is something that governments like to do, they like to Trojan horse stuff in, just like the NDAA, which was allegedly not supposed to be used. Yeah, UNDRIP is passed. UNDRIP got passed back in 2019.
No.
They also passed.
No. What does UNDRIP mean? When do you spell it out? Literally.
Oh, yeah. UNDRIP is, well, UN Declaration. Yeah, what the hell does UNDRIP mean? Hold on a second.
I believe it's
UN
rights.
UN Declaration for the Restoration of Indigenous People. I think that's what it means.
Something like that. That does sound right.
But it got passed, and at the time, because this United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People, and what it really at the time when it got passed, I mean, it was supposed to be effectively a feel good, right? Because this was around the time of the first residential school investigations. You know, the actual legitimate ones, not the fake. I'm gonna have to basically go on the record here, because it's like they have not found a body. And yeah, Roger keeps making excuses as to why they haven't found, no disrespect to Roger, but Roger keeps making excuses as to why they haven't found a body. They've done 3 excavations. They have not even so much as put a shovel in the ground at the Kamloops Residential School. And we're kind of getting off topic here. What it really basically boils down to is that, I mean, Carney, because Marilyn Gladu actually did an interview, and this may come as no shock to the people who are listening to this, but it turns out that for all intents and purposes, Carney effectively bribed her to switch sides. And he probably did this with the other MPs as well. This wasn't some moralistic decision. This wasn't, Gladu was kind of like one of those centrists who just like wasn't really sure which way they were going to go or whatever, right? Like it wasn't anything like that, right? And if it was something like that, that doesn't explain why I'm a member of the NDP caucus, also delegation, also crossed the floor to join the Liberal caucus. Mark Carney spent a huge amount of time and effort to try to secure a majority, only to have that majority basically get taken out from underneath him. Luckily for him, now I have a video which I was going to show if we were going to be doing this on a live stream on Rumble, and you will be able to see it when I post it up when I edit this later on. But what ended up happening is that he has been able to put off the Alberta referendum for about a year. The only problem is that he, by putting off the Alberta referendum for a year, now he's going to be dealing with both Alberta and Quebec in a year, because Quebec is going gung ho as well. Yeah. Also, there is, again, without some speculation, these were probably a couple of backbenchers that stepped down. Really don't, well, I mean, actually, I guess Trudeau didn't have to worry so much about it because he had a clear, actually, no, he never had a clear majority. He had a minority, but I mean, both him and Jagmeet Singh, who I will get into at topic 3. You don't even want to get me fucking started on topic 3. Oh my God, don't even get me fucking going on that one. Yeah, he put a lot of effort into this. In fact, he seemed more concerned about securing a majority than he was about dealing with the Alberta problem. And he only started to deal with the Alberta problem when it became very, very obvious that the Alberta separation thing was actually legitimate and that they were going, well, I mean, it was very, I don't know, you finally did get around to signing the petition, right?
Oh, damn
Pearson?
right I did. Yeah, damn right. It was across from Cascade Mall on the high school grounds.
Yeah. Like those lineups the opening day should have been enough of a sign right there that this was going to be deadly serious. And the whole situation is that maybe they developed, maybe something just happened, maybe they grew a conscience, maybe there are legitimate reasons why they're all stepping down. But bottom line is that Carney will not have a majority going into the next session of Parliament, which will probably be, I'm guessing, some point at September, October, someplace like that. And guess we can all be thankful about that. Now, alleged, well, no, I won't get into some of the stuff that Jeffrey Rath, because Jeffrey Rath and Mitch Sylvester were like livid pissed about what Danielle Smith did. But you take a step back and you look at the political situation and you kind of understand why Danielle Smith did what she did. Yeah, I'm breathing a bit of a sigh of relief because I shudder to think what Mark Carney would have done if he'd had a majority. Because I mean, he has been attempting to pass laws which would have restricted the province's ability to invoke the notwithstanding clause. Like Danielle Smith has had to do it 3 times in the last year. She may have to do it over Bill C-22. She may also have to do it over something. I can't remember. She may have to do it over something else. But it's like, yeah, the only reason Carney has not been able to get like super heavy-handed is because he doesn't have a majority. Keep in mind, the NDP is quite willing and happy to support him at this point, but I'm absolutely 100% convinced that Jagmeet Singh both him and the Greens deliberately blew up their parties to make sure that Carney got elected. This is very similar to what they did in France. I don't know if it's going to work for the next round. And if Carney does not have secure his majority, he will not be able to push anything too far. That meeting he had at the Royal York Hotel a few weeks ago with Barack Obama and Alex Soros, and the fact that the mainstream media did everything in its power to try to keep that meeting hushed up, also has me somewhat concerned, because Alex Soros and Barack Obama should not be dictating to Mark Carney how he runs the country. But yeah, Mark Carney is a puppet, and that's where I'm going to stay with this one. So yeah, Rearson, you're up.
Oh, God. Well, let's just start with the obvious. Carney was selected to be elected. And he took full advantage that he's not a member of parliament, so he does not, at the time, did not have to disclose his wealth going into the election. And he is the first prime minister that was... Well, there was something similar to Brian Mulroney back in the day, that he won the leadership of the PC party, the Progressive Conservative Party at the time. But because he was not in Parliament at the time, he was relegated to being in the House of Commons, but he was in the gallery. So he could not participate in any way, shape, or form. So the powers that be did everything that they could to put Carney in. And again, boomers like my mom, she agreed with the Conservatives, but my mom, being female, didn't like the tone that Pierre Poilievre was making his points of. And just like the trained seals that Ontario seems to exemplify, because that's what they are for the most part. Carney was elected to deal with Trump, and he hasn't done a damn thing. Canada's in worse shape because of the man. But truth be told, I am of the opinion that, simply put, Carney was put in place. Trump, this is all political theater to begin with anyway. The country's on its way out. It has to be broken up. And unfortunately, we're living through it real time. Now, with the floor crossers, that's the only reason he was able to get his majority. If he's back in the close but no cigar minority status, it's going to be the NDP or the Bloc that will prompt up the Liberals again for at least another term. So, in its own way, I'm actually glad that this is happening, because the more that Ottawa keeps dropping the ball and fucking the dog and whatever else, this just ends up helping Alberta's separation. So, And the man is not a leader. Let's be honest. I've been a member of Toastmasters. My first time being in a meeting with them, I wasn't aware of this, but one of the things that you do is that it's picked up is somebody keeps track of the ums and ahs that are used. But it's a juice box thingy. That's how awful Trudeau Jr. was all about. And Carney is no different. He is just as bad, potentially, if not worse. So this is supposed to be a man who should be in. Well, then again, you give him a speech of sorts to read off of on paper. I'm sure he'll be able to, with practice, of course, because he can afford it, with the staff there to train him on what to say and how to say it. When sitting down, he can at least be polished and rehearsed. Being in front of a microphone, yeah, not so much. So, yeah, to me, honestly, this is literal theater. I mean, Yorkie, from your perspective, having been in media, how much of this could honestly be written in a movie for political intrigue and setup and everything else along those lines? Like, I'm honestly curious.
Everything about this looks staged. Well, I mean, it's specifically Carney's election was definite. I mean, there he did initially for the leadership of the Liberal Party. Initially, he did actually have a serious contender. He had a couple of serious challengers to his leadership bid, and the Liberal Party basically took this one East Indian here. Ironically enough, it was an East Indian woman too, and they basically almost ran her right out of the party.
Ruby Singh
Dahlia
or something
like
that.
It's Ruby Dahlia.
Yeah,
something
that's
like
it.
Yeah. Got kind of mixed up. And when I get to the topic number 5, you'll understand why. At the same time, though, right? I mean, that's not to say that Ruby Dahlia would have been a better prime minister than Mark Carney, although I personally suspect that she might have been. She definitely would have been better than Chrystia Freeland. Here's the thing, though, right? Like they followed both Rebel and Juno followed the Liberal leadership electoral race. Chrystia Freeland was his and Chrystia Freeland would have been completely unsuitable as prime minister. Even allowing for that, though, consistently across the board, from coast to coast, Carney won every single riding with a solid 80 to 90% in every riding, including Chrystia Freeland's.
Okay,
and I remember Ezra.
Statistically, that's almost impossible.
That is statistically almost impossible, and that included Chrystia Freeland's home riding, and it was like, he was selected. Jagmeet Singh and Elizabeth May knowingly blew up their parties. Basically, they self-destructed their own parties so that people who would normally have voted for them would have had no other choice but to vote for the Liberals. And they did this in a lot of key ridings. And when you weren't on that show, but we did we followed the. I take it you saw the lowlights of the NDP leadership convention.
Oh Jesus, I heard about it. I'm honestly, my brain is so it's been so saturated with politics because of the living conditions that I was in when I was still in Calgary, that it was just my
Mhm.
way to deal with being married on paper. Now I can only handle 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes of something political, and my brain just screams, "No, that's enough. Shut this shit down." So
Yeah,
anyway,
well, I don't, that's part of the reason why I do stuff with the Manosphere, and I do stuff. Although I'm not going to mention his name, but it's like, oh well, I don't like you. I'm not really all that interested in jumping in the show because you do all this pop culture stuff, and it's like, well, what are you expecting, dude? I have a fucking media background. I mean, I went to Vancouver Film School, right? Like, I mean, in another walk of life right now, there's a possibility there's me walking around in LA, potentially one of the compromised, right? Like that's a possibility. There's another parallel universe where that's probably put that possibility happened. And
yeah, you could have also been Corey Haim or Corey Feldman, shall we say?
well, I mean, I was in my 30s when I really got started, although again, right, we had that one really creepy fucking encounter with. I still can't get over that one, man, because he was like literally that's literally what he was talking to me about. Like this was like late 90s, like
Mm. Yep.
97. And
Okay. Yep.
yeah, that was just when Digital Entertainment Network was coming on board. And he was talking, he lived in LA, and he um was extremely handsy.
Hey,
And
boy.
he was talking about this. He looked me straight in the face and said, "There's gonna come a day when internet is going to be bigger than network news."
Yeah. Well, I
Now,
was going
at
to
the
say.
time,
Yeah. Well, I was going to say with him, it was Eddie Murphy and Delirious when he was doing Mr. T. Hey, boy, you look mighty cute in them jeans, which is pretty much which is where that would have gone for you had things been different. Sorry
well,
to
I
say
wasn't,
that,
I
but
wasn't, I wasn't, I wasn't gay. I'm not gay, so it really wouldn't have mattered. But it was like he started telling me about this at the time, right? This is like late 90s, right? It was like pre-YouTube, like the video quality on the internet at that time was just awful, right? And it was like, oh, like, get out of here, right? But and like ironically enough, during the when I was signing the petition, one of the network people came up to me and started talking to me, and I started looking at him, and I like went, yeah, hey bud, you know what? And I didn't tell him who I was, but I gave him my background. And I said, well, you want to know what, dude? Like you guys, because CTV was there as well, right? As was CBC. Like they were all there taking all of the local mainstream media outlets were there taking footage, right? Uh the whole thing was that I looked at him and it was like, yeah, dude, like just so you know, right? Like online advertising now exceeds the stuff that you're getting in mainstream media, and that ain't gonna change, right? And I also told him he didn't put it in obviously, but I told him flat out, it's like you can say whatever you want to about this about this lineup, right? The truth is going to come out regardless of what you say, because you're not the only voice in town anymore. I was polite about it with him, but that's what I told him. It's like, yeah, you're not the only voice in town anymore. Like you can lie. Oh, and by the way, we might just have a topic 6, which is going to be a bit of a grab bag, which might not necessarily be Canada content, but that's something that I want to bring up specifically
Mhm.
because it's not too big of a topic to be added in for 495, but
Okay.
it's something that I think I need to cover very, very briefly.
Okay. And that is?
Um, the Boys last episode was
No.
this
Okay.
week.
Sure.
Um, what happened with the Boys was is that I mean the Boys ended, and it's like I never saw a single episode, and the guy who was running it, I can't remember what his name was, but he had Trump derangement syndrome really fucking bad. And it was like I knew because people on YouTube said how it ended in the comic books versus how it ended on screen. And strange section of the left decided to drag the manosphere into it for whatever reason. I'm going to be doing it on the Naroki 5
Oh,
live
this should be
stream. If
interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Naroki 5, yeah.
Okay, executive producer alongside Seth Rogen. Well, there's part of your problem right there. Evan Goldberg and Neil H. Moritz.
The
Oh,
showrunner. What?
well, well, it's actually filmed taking place in Hamilton and Toronto, Ontario.
Oh, I knew that.
Oh, cool. I wasn't aware of it, but don't really care. Carl Urban, Jack Quaid, Anthony Starr. All right, anyway, we'll go to the.
Well, we'll get into that for topic number 6. Anyway, so yeah, getting into this particular, finishing off this last topic before I turn it over to you. Yeah, he doesn't have the majority. I'm relieved. I don't think, though, that the Bloc and the Conservatives combined have enough votes to dethrone him at this point. And
No,
I got
there's
to
not.
point out,
There,
the NDP is going to.
There's no political will. The NDP has just come out of its own leadership race. The Bloc is in for the Bloc, and if there's nothing that benefits them, they're not going to vote against the Liberals anyway.
Well,
They're going to
here's the thing. It is.
Go ahead.
Continue. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Alberta separation does work in their favor. It definitely works in their favor.
There's one Bloc MP that basically told Ottawa to stay out of politics because the Bloc's going to do what the Bloc's going to do. So, in their own way, and I was expecting this to happen, they're not going to say anything one way or the other about Alberta separation.
Oh, they're not, but it works in their favor. Oh, by the way, we're just about out of time here, so we got about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well,
say what you got to say, and then we'll have to end this.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to Carney and the whole fucking bit. It's the whole thing with the Liberal Party really is no different than what we've seen occur. Not to say that doesn't happen within the Republican Party, but predominantly politics south of the border, it is 100% no different than what the Democrats have done. And then the Ontario leaders, the Ontario MPP, member of provincial parliament, race with that, I don't remember the guy's fucking name, but there were more votes than there were delegates for the leadership run. And Nate Erskine-Smith, that's who it was. But it's being swept under the rug with the Liberal Party of Ontario. So I'm sorry. Anyone that is dumb enough, and I mean dumb enough, to continue to vote Liberal with things that happen either on the national scale or the provincial, you get what you fucking deserve. And again, unfortunately, this includes, well, my mom. And it's just political ignorance. I can't say it any other way. But
Well,
she's
I covered. Go ahead. I covered you. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll wait till you're done.
yeah, but she's not the type that's going to go on the internet and actually start to look into things either. She's quite happy being spoon fed whatever it is that the CBC or the Prime Minister's office will dictate as to what is said on the news. So she's really, by her own fault, she's a victim of the age of what she grew up in and is not inclined to look into things more deeply. So that's all I'm going to say.
And I will finish off with this, and then we'll end this particular session because I actually realized I forgot to do my laundry, so I have to go actually throw my laundry in the hamper between sessions here. Carney got caught in a contradiction around Alberta separation. He was at one point saying, "Well, we don't have to accept 50% plus one, right? Like that doesn't qualify as a majority." And like literally the next day, a bloc Quebecois MP stood up and directly challenged him on this. So it's like, so you won't accept 50% plus one for Alberta. Is that the same tack you're going to take with us? Yeah.
We'll get to that. We will get to that.
Anyway, that is it for this one. We kind of went off on a bit of a tangent, but then we're apt to do that on this show. So that
Nothing
ends
has
this
changed,
particular.
folks. Nothing has changed, folks. Nothing has changed. Anyway,
One standard, no standard. Yeah, you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait for the edit version to see to listen to everything because I'm gonna have to like edit this show.
premier will not have a legal mistake by a single judge silence the voices of hundreds of thousands of Albertans. That's not the Alberta way. Alberta's future will be decided by Albertans, not the courts. Our government will therefore be appealing the decision to Alberta's Court of Appeal and, if necessary, the Supreme Court of Canada. But this process will take many months and possibly years before being addressed by those higher courts. In the meantime, under our legal system, this troubling court decision is binding law in Alberta until it is successfully appealed. This means that it is unlikely the courts will permit Elections Alberta to hold a binding provincial referendum on separation until this incorrect ruling is overturned or clarified. But there is another way to hear from Albertans while we wait for our legal appeal to be heard. That is why I'm announcing today that I will be requesting our government add an additional question to the October 19th referendum vote announced previously. The additional question will be, should Alberta remain a province of Canada? Or should the government of Alberta commence the legal process required under the Canadian Constitution to hold a binding provincial referendum on whether or not Alberta should separate from Canada? Because this proposed referendum question does not directly trigger separation, but if successful, would ask Alberta's government to commence the legal process necessary to hold a binding referendum on the matter, the recent court ruling would not be applicable, and the referendum question I outlined could proceed. This question will also ensure the 700,000 signatories to both the Forever Canada petition and the Stay Free Alberta petition are respected, and the will of Albertans is heard. Kicking the can down the road only prolongs a very emotional and important debate, and muzzling the voices of hundreds of thousands of Albertans wanting to be heard is unjustifiable in a free and democratic society. It's time to have a vote, understand the will of Albertans on this subject, and move on.
I'll let you explain. You believe that this is about Danielle not just suggesting there's another alternative here, but that she's deliberately doing this to appease Mark Carney.
Yeah, absolutely. We actually had a contact that was in the room with her and Carney, and we're told by our source that was there that she absolutely promised Mark Carney that there would not be a referendum this year on independence. So wow. I think this is just her keeping her promise, right? So she's done it again. She's now crossed the floor for the second time. This time now she's crossed the floor to join the Carney Liberals. I mean, don't think that it was missed on anybody that she just went, oh, Mark Carney so this and he's so that, and I love him so much, and Mark Carney's such a nice man, and everybody, he's not Justin Trudeau, oh, Mark Carney, Mark, right? And of course, ignoring the fact that, Carney has tried to pass a bill to create backdoors into all of our electronic devices to surveil us in real time, right? Pass bills to make it illegal for preachers to read the Bible in church. Won't lift the West Coast tanker ban, won't accord basic respect to Alberta, telling Albertans that, in order to have a West Coast pipeline, which incidentally we don't need right now because of the Bridger expansion and the Enbridge expansion, that's 1.5 million barrels of new capacity, right? Once that's online, given all of Carney's regressive policies, we won't have enough oil to fill a West Coast pipeline. And of course, Danny doesn't want to talk about that. So she's literally sold out everybody in Alberta for a completely unnecessary pipeline. And it just boggles the mind.
Got you on camera there. All right. So, hey, welcome to part 3 of RPN Hangout number 494. I just discovered that we can directly link up to Spotify. That changes things quite a bit. I might try if Rumble continues to give me some trouble here. I might just do that instead and go over to Zoom instead here. So yeah, welcome to topic number 3. This might end up being broken down into 2 different sections here. Because before we even get into this, because we're going to have to give some background information for the people who don't know as to what's been going on in Alberta. Native groups, specifically Native groups, have been And we're not just talking, because what I found out very recently is 46% of the actual native population is in favor of separation.
41%. 41% is not, and then there's that 13% that is undecided. I personally suspect that more than half of them would vote in favor. They're just afraid of saying anything.
Yeah. So, yeah, they don't. So these individuals that have been doing this, there's one, oh, I love this dude. It's like he get really pissed off at Jeffrey Rath for going down to the United States and talking to some officials at the Trump administration about securing lines of.
Is this the same chief that we were talking about before that has questionable accounting practices?
Yes.
Okay, and that would be.
I can't remember his name. I can never remember. Fuck, I've got to start remembering names. You're on a computer right now. You can maybe look him up and maybe tell me he's the Athabasca chief. Here's the thing. He doesn't even live on the reservation. He lives in a mansion, and he's perfectly happy to take money from both George Soros and the Tides Foundation to interfere with oil and gas development on his tribal lands. Although he very rarely goes up there. Now, one of the things that has been really peculiar about the way the natives have been.
Alan Adam?
I think that might be his name. Yeah,
is the president of the Athabasca Tribal Council and chief of the Athabascan Chippewayan, or whatever First Nation in Alberta. Yeah, that sounds like him. Oh, this is that jackass that was photographed with fucking delusional Jane Fonda. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. He's the guy who takes money from takes money from Soros, takes money from Tides Foundation, but chastises Rath for going down to the U.S. to talk about getting a line of credit, but no actual money from the Trump administration.
I want this guy's finances to be fully exposed.
Well, here's the really weird part, because this happened way, 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 way back. Happened right around the same time I was going through that situation with Miss 2016.
Oh, okay. All right.
There was a guy that I was talking to, and he wanted me to do a documentary with him about corruption on a reserve way up north, and that the whistleblowers there had it, and of course it had been covered up. But I mean, the whistleblowers, a couple of the whistleblowers there had ended up dead.
Oh, shocker on that one. Yeah, that tells you everything. Okay. Sorry, my apologies for stepping in here, but how many of those whistleblowers were female?
I don't know. I didn't get the names.
Fair enough.
Here's the issue on that is that that sounds like the same reserve that he's on. The issue is that the way the natives have been acting in Alberta over Alberta separation, and I found it to be a major turnoff. They're acting as though, they have legal rights that they didn't actually have, right? That they would make these pronouncements to Danielle Smith like they actually had a right to, like they were a separate branch of government.
Well, now, I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, Treaties 6, 7, and 8, which was Central, Southern, and Northern Alberta, I believe it was, what was Rupert's Land, which at the time was given the carte blanche by the royal family of England or the UK or whatever to do whatever they want, ran roughshod over every aspect as much as possible with what is now Western Canada, and at least in what's now in Alberta. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's where they have no rights at all. They ceded everything And that's what the Canadian government inherited from the agreement by effectively what is now what used to be the Hudson Bay Company.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, you're right. Yep, you're right. That's exactly what they did. Here's the problem: is that you tell them, and they'll keep fucking arguing with you. And one of the things that keeps coming up, and this is exactly what they've been doing in BC, and by the way, I am absolutely convinced that they've been doing this covertly. And it may, good God, it's just a huge, complicated mess. But what it boils down to, and what's been going on in BC, because I have to go off on a side tangent here in order to explain this, is that they've given huge swaths of land and put them under the jurisdiction of the native reserves, even though they're not an actual official branch of government by any legal standing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing that this does, and this has been pointed out by a few people. What this does is that, when it comes time to renew your mortgage on your land, the banks won't give you it. The banks won't do it because there's not a clear there's not a clear chain of ownership.
Okay. But this is right now. Pardon me for interrupting here, but seems to be more specific to Richmond, BC, where there's like an 8,000 acre claim.
Oh, it's worse than that. You didn't know about how they gave a huge chunk of the Lower Mainland and just arbitrarily gave them land claim status over any and all developments in the greater GVRD. You didn't know about that? Yeah, that's right.
Well,
no, you haven't been on for a while, have you?
No, I haven't. But I'm not surprised that they basically just said, "Here, take what you want."
And so,
okay, I'm going to step in here very quickly. There's also, from what I've seen, the Kelowna equivalent somewhere south in Washington State. They're looking to actually claim territory as well.
Yep. So, we haven't gotten into that, but anyway,
anyway,
what all of these overlapping claims do is that the banks, because there's no clear chain of ownership, they won't allow you to renew your mortgage, but the government will. Here's the way it works legally, and it works this way in the US as well, right? When you sign a mortgage for a house or a piece of property, technically it's not yours until the mortgage is paid off completely. So the bank owns it. But if the bank won't renew, because there's no clear chain of title, the government has to step in, and the government then owns that land. Right? You will own nothing and be happy. One of the things we'll be talking.
No.
You start.
No, it's worse than that. It is absolutely worse than that. At the end of the day, anything and everything in Canada pretty much is still owned by Buckingham Palace. So you don't own anything to begin with.
Pretty much, yeah. But that's the legal. That's the angle that they're taking.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been pointed out, this is the way they're going to try to take away private property rights, and they're going to try and do that in the U.S. as well. Here's the problem.
Sorry.
UNDRIP, which got passed back in 2019, and at the time it was passed kind of almost like as a feel-good. I think even a lot of the conservatives voted for it, but it was passed in 2019. It was kind of like one of those feel-good. Like, let's do, because this particular bill got introduced right around the same time as the residential school investigations. The reconciliation project was taking place. So there was a big, huge guilt trip about that. And this was before they found they found the non-existent bodies at the Kamloops residential school, right? They passed this, and they passed another resolution. The government of Canada had to actively push forward UNDRIP resolutions in Canada. This was passed under Trudeau's reign. At the time, it was just we just thought it was going to be one of those symbolic bills.
Yeah.
It's not. And it's part of the reason why the judge very recently overruled the petition signing, saying that the natives in Alberta hadn't been properly consulted on this.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but
because of UNDRIP.
Okay, fair enough. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but the judge that lorded over this, female, correct?
Female and a Trudeau appointee.
Thank you. That's exactly what I just wanted to be made clear.
Yep, that has been pointed out. Just a lot of, but if you've been wondering why the natives have been acting like they've got rights that they don't have, what effectively happened here is that the Canadian government instituted a race-based system for basically taking away private property rights to a lot of Canada.
Actually, it goes further. It goes further and deeper than that, actually.
Oh, it does. But go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Well, Trudeau Sr., being the ever much the communist that he was, I mean, he was the one that reestablished diplomatic ties with communist China, but well before the U.S. did. Well before. In the Canadian Charter of Rights, and I believe within the Canadian Constitution, according to Bruce Party, teacher, lawyer, whatever, for Queen's University, private ownership is not guaranteed. So if I'm going to interpret that and to go back to the person that effectively made that or did not make that possible, being Trudeau, it was that the state, in some form or another, still owns the land that you live on. So this was a long game set up for UNDRIP.
Well, I don't think UNDRIP is a recent thing, but I mean, yeah, the plan with UNDRIP, it was basically Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh Trojan horse this thing in, and at the time it just sounded like one of those feel-good resolutions that everybody in the House passed because it was like, yeah, okay, the residential schools and we're sorry and blah 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 blah. Yeah. So they passed this, and then they said, well, okay, and then they passed this other thing, and they just assumed it was kind of like symbolic, is that they would make clear and decisive actions to initiate restoration of Indigenous people to their old lands. They're doing the exact same thing in Australia and New Zealand, by the way. Sorry.
And guess where the test bed is? Right here.
Yep. So yeah, they're trying to do it in Western Canada. Unfortunately, fortunately, Alberta, they were going to do it they're basically, the plan was, at least from what it appears to be, that they're going to do it with both BC and Alberta. Alberta is not cooperating. So because UNDRIP is actual law, what that judge ruled on is technically legal. Technically. Now, there is probably going to be, assuming, of course, that Alberta and BC and Saskatchewan decide to remain in the country, is that there's going to be a legal challenge to UNDRIP because it is clearly a race-based discriminatory system that creates an entirely new level of government that is not elected and is not subject to rule, basically to anybody's rule. So basically they're unaccountable, right? Except to the actual tribal council of the various reservations.
The hereditary chiefs, not the actual tribal council, but those two tend
Yeah.
to be one and the same anyway.
Well, some
Okay. The only place that this is legislated and they're going to be using that as the template for the rest of the country is actually in BC, where it isn't so much UNDRIP, but rather DRIP. And that
well,
became
also you also have Belton Road as well, by the way. That's the long game. Is Belton Road.
I think the the long game is the Silk Road because this is going to be the Chinese way to get into Canada, even more so than before.
No, that's called Belton Road.
Okay, so
yeah, that's called Belton Road. Yeah.
So then basically China, once they get in officially through BC, then they're going to basically hop up to the Yukon, the Northwest Territories, and Nunavut, and then they're going to try. And I'm going to say this right now. My apologies for skipping ahead down here on this one. And we really have gone off topic. But
oh no, we're not off topic. Everything we're talking about is related to what's going on here.
Well, okay. Well, just wait until Trump invokes the Monroe Doctrine because he secured the Panama Canal. He has basically secured Greenland, and now he needs to let Canada self-destruct, and then he will step in where he has to. And mark my words, he will. Ontario, BC, and Quebec are going to get their panties all bunched up their fucking twats or ass or whatever, and it's going to get messy. Like, my friend, if you think that shit's already hit the fan, believe me, they're not even halfway done dumping when it goes sideways. Anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, we kind of went off on that tangent. Why did we go off on that tangent? Because what that is relevant to what's going on in Alberta. They were going to try to do the same thing in Alberta, except that Alberta isn't British Columbia. And Alberta is not British Columbia, kind of like via geography and via culture and a couple of other things. Because, I mean, I grew up in BC, right? I can tell you the political and social mentality. Well, I mean, the interior is close to what they've got in Alberta, but not exactly the same thing, right? So Alberta's not, yeah, and of course, then of course you get into the fact that effectively they're the country's credit card, and they've been paying for a bunch of stuff. And again, they didn't mind. I mean, I personally didn't mind them doing that until they started whining and bitching about how Alberta was getting the money and started openly interfering with that. And
yeah, but that goes back to Ralph Klein's day as premier. That's when basically Klein told, we've talked about this before, but Klein told the Laurentian elites to go pound salt because, hey, guess what? We're the economic engine. You're not. We're going to start dictating what we want. Correct me if I'm wrong. I got nothing more to say.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to mute because I was coughing. I got a cold on top of everything else right now. And yeah, that is effectively what happened. It is not a coincidence that especially after Harper was no longer prime minister, the Liberals in Ontario, in Ottawa, started doing everything they could to prevent Alberta's economy from superheating again. Because they knew, this is what I've discovered when you have a lot of excess money, right? Which is why I want to get back to the point where I've got 5 figures sitting in the bank again. When you have a lot of money sitting in the bank, or you have a year's worth of wages sitting in the bank, some asshole treating you like shit or enforcing stupid little fucking petty rules on you doesn't work nearly as effectively. Right? Because it's like you don't need again, and this I'm just talking about on a macro level here. You don't need the fucking job to pay your bills. Right? And if they try, and I had to do this with one, which is I suspect one of the reasons why they have never bothered to hire me back, is I had to tell them at one point because there's one field supervisor who wanted to write me up for something. And he wasn't my immediate supervisor. He was my supervisor's supervisor. He basically accused me of lying about something. And I actually called my immediate supervisor and I said, I need to talk to you tonight. So he came by and I went over and talked to him and said, like, yeah, dude, here's the situation. This is what your immediate boss accused me of. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to let him know that, first of all, if you come back to me with a write-up for me to sign, I'm just going to rip it up and throw it in your face, right? And if I find out directly or indirectly that he tried to sneak it into my file and I find out that he's done it, I will take the company to court and I will fucking sue them. And I've got the money that you're not going to be able to drag it out in court to force me to capitulate. So it's like, yeah, you tell this guy to back the F off or he's going to have a fight on his hands. And he backed off. It also kind of helped that the situation in hand was something that could be very easily proven by just checking something online, and that's what they did, right? And it vindicated me, but it was something that he should have done in the first place before calling me up and accusing me of something and accusing me of lying, right? Curiously enough, after I left that company, I haven't been hired back by them. Strangely enough, that's the same sort of thing, right? When Klein did that, was fantastic. It was good on him. The Canadian government doesn't want Alberta to be in that position ever again. Right?
Okay, I'm going to go back to I'm going to go back to one Canada Day celebration where Trudeau was talking about flying over Canada and he completely fucking skipped Alberta. Completely. And then fucking that useless cunt Sandra O had to pick up the ball and apologize on his behalf. And I don't think he ever did apologize afterwards.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing, too. I mean, Justin Trudeau, when he was the prime minister, flew into Calgary twice, did radio interviews, did not inform the premier that he was going to be there. And then he got on the plane and flew out the same day. Didn't tell the premier that he was doing it. And then the second to last, not his last year, but I believe it was 2023 when he went to the Stampede, they had to take him in the back way because there was so much anger and hostility towards him. And in 2024, he didn't go at all. I think, no, it was 2024, he had to sneak in the back way. 2025, he didn't go at all.
Well, I actually have seen the prick. Like, I actually physically have seen him because I mistakenly voted for the fucker in 2015. And then that useless cunt, Mr. Pubic Follicle, the guy in the fucking wheelchair, the Veteran Affairs Minister, like that is the lowest position possible. He did show up there and I saw him at the C train stop. If I knew then what I knew now, I would have had rotten tomatoes or rotten eggs or anything else. Just kind of like, hey, when the fucker comes out, let's just, hey, psst, Trudeau's here. Just don't, I would have instigated as much as possible. And again, folks, let's also remember too that there seems to be a court case with the Toronto Star about the Prime Minister with content that is not safe for work anywhere.
Oh yeah, they covered that up as well. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lawsuit ongoing for that. Anyway, getting back, all of this does tie into what we're talking about here. So with all of that, with UNDRIP and whatnot, and there was that court ruling, right? And there was a legal basis for it. There is going to probably be some type of a legal challenge launched against UNDRIP at some point from somebody, because it's very, very clear that this is they've effectively established another branch of government that's not covered in the Constitution. So it's unconstitutional, it's race-based, so you can't discriminate on race, right? You can't have this group also enforce their views and their values on anybody else, which is exactly what they're doing because they're not answerable to anybody. So going back to the initial ruling, right? Everybody was like looking at Danielle Smith, and everybody knew, okay, Danielle Smith is gonna have to step in, and everybody knew that Danielle Smith was gonna have to do this at some point. So again, if I had been able to do this on Rumble, what I would have done is I would have posted up the video where Jeffrey Russ said that he had a contact inside the room. Yeah, I kind of figured we're gonna run out of time here. That he had somebody in the room, and Danielle Smith promised Carney that there would be no referendum this year.
We still have 10 minutes, so keep going.
So yeah, he had 10, so he wouldn't hold it. But Danielle Smith also didn't promise Carney that there would be no referendum at all. So he walked the tightrope, and she put forward a vote. So basically, we're going to have a referendum as to whether or not we actually want to have a referendum, which is exactly the middle of the road type of move that you would expect a politician to do.
She's not going to last. She's going to get booed. She's going to get, okay, with the next AGM, I can guarantee you she's going to be gone. I can guarantee you.
Here's the thing. She really didn't have much of a choice, right?
Well, according to Rath, she actually could have done it. But
she could have, but it's like, yeah.
But if she's promising backdoor deals to undermine the voter base that put her in power, yeah, you can do that once.
Yeah, she didn't actually undermine anything because there is still going to be a vote, right? Again, a lot of the separatists are a lot. By the way, a lot of the pro-Canada crowd is also very pissed at her for doing this, right?
Well, the thing is that the Clarity Act asks for a clear question. And this woman has muddied the waters. It is not clear at all.
No, it's not.
No, it's legally very hazy. So my opinion is that the Forever Canada-ish side of things, they want the woman gone. The separatists want the woman gone. So she's dug herself. No, she hasn't dug herself into a hole. She's dug her own grave. She's not going to last.
Well, okay, I'm a little bit more forgiving. I am.
I would be, but she's, what was it? Nick Freitas? He already forewarned last year, I think it was. Yeah, it was last year, that she's going to sabotage this, and she has. She absolutely has sabotaged all of this. So if she's
if the vote is yes, we will have another referendum, then she hasn't sabotaged anything. I'm just saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No, no, respectfully, I get what you're saying, but the way that I'm looking at it, 62%, although I think it's closer to probably 70, maybe 75%, if things continue the way that they're going, of the UCP base wants to leave. And if she keeps fucking around, she's going to find out. So she will probably, well, not probably, don't be surprised if she is going to be back on talk radio because she's got no other political option.
Well, again, I'm a lot more, right? I'm a little bit, she was kind of put between a rock and a hard place, and she took the middle ground. There is still going to be a vote. It's going to be a vote for a vote, which is a little bit fucking skivvy on her fucking part, but there is still going to be a vote. What you're going to probably see, and yeah, we're down to like 5.5 minutes here, so we may have to pick this up here in just a couple. We may have to stop and restart. I kind of suspect we might have to do so on this particular issue.
Okay, why do we do that right now then?
Well, let me just finish this point, and then we'll jump back into this.
Okay.
So yeah, like again, I'm a little bit more understanding of this. This would be your typical politician move, right? Danielle Smith has gone on the record as saying that she favors staying in Canada, right? So it's not that big of a reach, and she hasn't been getting in the way. And again, she didn't get in the way this time, right?
Not yet.
But at the same time, right? And this is something that she also pointed out. If they had gone with door number 2, which is to launch a legal challenge, first of all, you can never tell which way the courts are going to go. Sorry, you're not going to, right? Unless, in order to properly challenge this ruling, you would have to do it in 2 steps. You would have to go and challenge UNDRIP and strip away and have that particular bill declared unconstitutional, which it is on multiple fronts. Then using that, then you would be able to like go into the second ruling, because that other ruling would be null and void. And then you'd be able, it's going to be, and this is, I know this because I'm very familiar with how things move legally. It would be 12 to 18 months before an appeal. They have 6 months minimum before an appeal could be heard on this ruling. And they are working on it. So, I mean, there would be, if she had taken door number 2, there would be no vote of any kind in October. Knowing a little bit more about politics, I kind of see, she kind of chose the path I was gonna, because I can absolutely assure you that the separatists, the pro-Canada side is not overly happy about Danielle Smith's decision either. They have attempted to lie and say, oh, well, no, Lukasik wasn't forcing a petition, wasn't forcing a vote to force us to have a vote to whether we wanted to stay in Canada or not, even though he's clearly on the record saying that is exactly what it is. So Danielle Smith's response is, okay, so we have two different petitions here with a combined vote number of 750,000 people between the two of them. Both sides saying they want to have a referendum. So I'm going to give them a referendum. And it was like, and again, right, and she is right on the legal count. If she had just simply arbitrarily declared a referendum a full-blown referendum in October, like these separatist side wanted her to, it might not have been able to withstand a legal challenge. And again, that legal challenge is there, and Danielle Smith knows this because of UNDRIP. So they have to add it, and from my understanding is that they have to add another step in, and I think it's I personally think it's a little stupid myself, right? Like you're having a referendum. In order to have a referendum, like why don't you just have one referendum, right? Like you wouldn't be actually, I can absolutely assure you that they will be trying to pull the same shit with Quebec in about a year and a half. Yeah, I personally would have liked it if Danielle Smith had just said, okay, no, you want to do that? We're just going to have a referendum, period. Right? The problem is that UNDRIP is in play, and UNDRIP actually and this is the issue with this ruling, is that UNDRIP, even though it's not constitutional, UNDRIP provides a legal basis for the natives to claim that they were not consulted, even though they were given the reservations were given the same opportunity, and they did sign the referendum petition in significantly large numbers. Not overly happy about it. I understand why Jeff Rath and Mitch Sylvester are pissed off. I'm going to stop short of declaring Danielle Smith a traitor and a liar, though, because she was trying to apply a solution that there was really not gonna, she's in one of those political spots where she was gonna like look bad no matter which decision that she made. So she picked the one. She had door number one, which is to have some type of a referendum in October, which would give the province the legal basis for the following year to have another referendum on independence, or she can wait the 6 to 18 months for all the appeals to get done. And there's no telling which way the courts were going to go on that. And potentially, if the courts ruled against Alberta independence on that, there would be no vote at all. Now, it's a bullshit ruling that this judge did, and she is a Trudeau appointee, and she is a she, and you're talking about a small percentage of people who are corrupt as fuck, basically doing whatever they can to keep their gravy train running and throwing up every legal barricade that they can to prevent Alberta from separating.
Native chiefs included.
What? Oh, then
Native chiefs included.
Native chiefs included. Well, some of them anyway.
Enough anyway.
There's enough. Yeah. But it's like, it's like from what I've been able to see, these chiefs don't speak for their people. So it's very clear they're being bought and paid for, right?
Well, especially if you've got one that doesn't live on a reserve and lives in a mansion. You mean to tell me that his salary, whatever he is, that he's pulling from his reserve, which he doesn't live on, is going to pay for that? I'm going to call bullshit.
Yeah.
Absolute bullshit.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I have a little bit more sympathy for Danielle Smith. The way I'm looking at it is that some possibility of a referendum 18 months from now is a much better possibility than having to go through the courts and potentially, because of UNDRIP, having the legal framework there to overrule the appeal. And that is, and Danielle Smith's lawyers probably looked at that ruling and looked at the appeal, and they did launch an immediate appeal. And they probably told her, it's like, yeah, no, an appeal is going to take a long time. And there is literally, because of UNDRIP, and the way that UNDRIP was passed in Ottawa, there's like literally a possibility here that the judge might rule against it, even though UNDRIP, as it was passed back in 2019, is technically it's not technically unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional because it created a different level of government that is not accountable to its electors. It's not the natives are acting, and we go back to point number one, why are the natives acting the way they're acting? They're acting that way because UNDRIP gives them the legal basis to act that way. I'm pissed off and I'm annoyed about this because UNDRIP got passed under different circumstances. It got passed back when the Truth and Reconciliation investigations were going on, right? And I don't think anybody, I'm pretty sure Trudeau and a few of the Laurentian elites kind of knew what they were doing. But
Trudeau could not think his way out of a wet paper bag, even sober, if you pushed him through it. Even worse than Nicolas Cage. I make no apologies for saying that, but let's be honest.
Yeah.
Trudeau Jr. he really is the epitome of a useful idiot. The juice box thingies.
Yeah. So it's like, so either way, though, this was UNDRIP, and the way it got passed, and then the second resolution that said the Canadian government would actively attempt to put UNDRIP into policy in Canada is the reason why the natives are acting the way they're acting. And it's the reason why it gave the legal basis as to why the judge ruled on this, that the natives weren't consulted, even though technically they were. Right? So, and that was probably explained to Danielle Smith. So, I mean, I understand Jeffrey Rath and Mitch Sylvester being absolutely pissed off at Danielle Smith for doing what she was doing. But I mean, the way I'm looking at it, Danielle Smith was between a fucking rock and a hard place. And if I have to pick between door number one and door number two, I'm going to take door number one. Because at this point, a legal challenge based upon, there's no guarantee that you're not going to get another Trudeau appointed judge at the appeal. But there's no guarantee that they will even hear the appeal, although there's definitely legal cause to do it because UNDRIP is a race-based discriminatory system on it with a completely different level of government. And, they don't have the legal right to interfere in provincial affairs because they're not a legitimate form of government, even though they've been acting like it. And they are acting like it because of UNDRIP. And they've been getting support from Ottawa to act that way, and from Soros and Tides and whatever is from external sources to act that way. And I'm not overly happy about the decision that Smith made either, but I understand it. Smith burned a lot of her political credibility when she did this. If it works out, if the vote in October says, yes, we want to have a referendum, then she's in the clear. If the vote goes against it, though, there's going to be a lot of people in Alberta that are going to be very pissed off. right? Like Alberta has to have a referendum, period. If they try to prevent Alberta from having a referendum, then the ball goes back to Carney's court. And the only way Carney is going to be able to keep order in Alberta is by the use of force. Hence the transfer of large amounts of military assets to all of the military bases in Alberta to cover that possibility. Again, you haven't been around very much, but that has also happened.
Okay, I'm
Right?
not saying.
Like-
Okay, all right. I'm not saying that. I'm laughing at the fact that we've got what CFB Suffield and Slave Lake, and that's it.
Cold
There's
Lake.
Cold Lake. Sorry, like there's
Cold
only
Lake, Cold Lake, Edmonton, and Suffield. Yeah.
okay. All right, fine. So then, tactically, if I was to do anything along those lines, which the Canadian military is not very much to begin with, and if the U.S. were to invade, the Canadian military would last a week maximum.
No, I mean, I would tell you if the U.S. if first of all, if the U.S. was forced to intervene in Alberta,
It's game
there'd
over.
be a huge chunk of the population of Alberta that would pave the fucking road for them. It wouldn't be an invasion because a
It would
huge
be-
portion of the Alberta population would say, "Come on in."
It would be a welcoming. It would be a welcoming party. That's what it would be.
It would be a welcoming committee. And
Yeah.
same thing in British Columbia if it continues to go that way, right? I mean, it's like Trump knows this as well. Like he knows that a huge proportion of the Alberta population would just quite happily, if the U.S. was forced to step in and intervene,
Mhm.
there's a huge chunk of the Alberta population that would be quite happy to have them come up. Right?
Well, it would solve the problem in BC of that fentanyl lab that a janitor was indicted who was Sikh.
Oh,
Like-
well, I mean, also, right? It's like, I mean, I suspect what is going to happen is that if Alberta separates Quebec, because Canada will not have the financial resources to offer the stability and the economic prosperity
Oh,
to
it's gone.
Quebec that it offered back. It's gone. It's back if like they had back in '95.
Yeah.
So if Alberta leaves, Quebec leaves. If Quebec leaves, Saskatchewan and BC, because BC is geographically isolated, BC would either split for Trump or whoever takes over for Trump.
Mhm.
And by the way, it is based upon what I'm seeing with the Democrat Party. It is probably going to be a Republican president in the next term. I don't know whether it's going to be Trump or not.
Probably
But-
not, but
It's going to probably be a Republican president, and it's like that Republican president is going to be a Monroe Doctrine guy, right? And it's like they're going to look at what's going on in BC. They're going to see the CCP moving into Vancouver like it's nobody's business,
which has
and
been
treating
the
it-
case. Yeah.
which is treating it like a de facto colony. So they will have to intervene. If they don't intervene in Alberta, they're going to have to intervene with British Columbia, right? So it's like, yeah.
I see.
And then
I see it being more that Vancouver is the weak point more than anything else. I mean, fucking what's been called the Vancouver model, Vancouver, whatever the case may be. And again, how many federal politicians have been linked to the CCP? Michael Ma. There's a couple of senators at least. Chrétien himself seems to be lobbying for China, and then McCallum, his wife is from mainland China as well. So
there's a huge problem there. So it's like Alberta is the linchpin. Alberta is the glue that is keeping the rest of the country together.
No, Alberta's
Alberta's
the keystone keeping everything together. Alberta goes. That archway collapses and then some. And the economic model of what Canada was, socioeconomic political model that Canada is falls apart. So we basically have a modern day Rome waiting to collapse.
Well, I mean, if Quebec leaves, Newfoundland, PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick are also going to start seriously considering joining the US as well.
Yep.
So it's like, yeah, once it starts, so yeah, they're
It's
going to
over.
pull out. They're going to pull out all the stops.
Yep.
If like the worst case scenario is that it gets so bad that the US has to intervene.
I suspect that's probably going to happen anyway.
Well,
Let's be honest.
again, right? I'm just going to say it here. It's like if the US, for instance, if Trump were to have to send troops into Alberta to stabilize the situation,
it's over.
It not only is it over, but there's like probably better than 50% of the population of Alberta that would fucking literally like blow open the fucking gates and let them through.
It will, for me personally, be the case of thank fucking God. Well, okay. There's a couple of points I want to make in here. Are you finished or are we still going?
Oh, I'm done for now.
Okay. Well, the fact that the premier has openly admitted she is going to be actively campaigning to stay in Canada, she's not going to keep her job. Like, there was the AGM when February, I think it was.
Yeah, she got 93% support on that, by the way.
Yeah, well, if 63 plus, let's say 70% of your voter base is now inclined basically to say we want to leave and you're going to be campaigning against us, the bitch is gone. Like, she's done politically. Please tell me otherwise, my friend, but you know what, if that's going to happen, I'm not wrong. She's done. She is absolutely done. Now, I gave her a passing mark for, what was it, Hoekstra, the ambassador to Canada. He has basically said 11 out of 12 regions in Canada still have a U.S. alcohol ban on the shelves. Guess which one doesn't? And we're in it. What two countries actually have retaliated with counter tariffs? Well, the Chinese, and guess what? Canada. So this whole fucking mess that Canada is in, my opinion is that it's self-inflicted.
Oh, it is absolutely self-inflicted. And it's like it's the fucking idiots back east that voted for this. It wasn't exactly the West that voted for this. It wasn't us.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And
and they won't execute the necessary political. They won't, like, for instance, right? Like the Senate was divided up when it was first run. It was like the Atlantic provinces, Ontario, Quebec, and the West all had kind of like equal representation. But here's the thing: equal representation. It was basically 24 seats to each of the. So consequently, Newfoundland and Labrador and whatever Newfoundland as PEI in Nova Scotia, they actually have more Senate seats than BC and Alberta do, right?
Yep.
Technically speaking, British Columbia, I don't know, let's see, what's the population of British Columbia at this point? Let me just take a look at population of British Columbia. Actually, no, let me just take a look at the population for Alberta. Sorry. $5 million people, just over 5 million people. Population for Quebec. just as a reference point here. Quebec has 9.1 million. So Alberta has about 51% of the population that Quebec does. Population of BC.
Population of BC is 5.7. Alberta's 4.9.
Yeah, 5.66. So between the two of them, that is 10.6
Yeah.
10.6 million people, which is more than the population of Quebec.
Yep.
Number of seats Quebec has in the House of Commons.
78. I was just looking at this. 78. Yeah, they have 78 seats. 78.
Okay, number of seats. Number of seats. The number 78. Number of
Alberta.
seats that BC and Alberta have. Number of seats Alberta has.
Let's see what we get here. 43 and 37. That's 80.
So slightly more than Quebec. Although,
slightly. Okay. Now, I know where you're going with this. Now, we're going to talk about the Maritimes. The Maritimes came into Canada and they were given the agreement, which has been grandfathered, great-grandfathered, great-great-grandfathered, that proportionate to their population, they get more representation. That's what brought them in. That's what brought them in. I understand that much. So any Albertan that says that, the Maritimes have overrepresentation, if you do not bring that point of reference that they wanted more representation because they were well aware that Ontario and or Quebec could override whatever they wanted. So to have, shall we say, something of a fighting chance, they needed to have more representation than it was proportionate to their population. And I'm saying that in the sense of it being that I need to understand, yes, there's overrepresentation, but why did that happen? Well, because of this. So, so again, my previous admission that my aunt, my father's half-sister, wonderful woman, was treated like crap by my paternal grandfather. But the more that I've learned and grown into the manosphere, both sides are right, and I will never have a resolution of one side over the other because I see both sides equally. That's pretty much what I'm looking at in this regard to way back when. So this whole thing with Canada is not a very simple, cut and dry, black and white set of issues. It's incredibly nuanced. And again, because of Roger, when he said that Canadian politics is incredibly complex, I looked at him and like, virtually speaking, I'm like, no, we're not. And I thought about it. No, actually we are. Like, Canadian politics is fucking messed up. It's the EU bottled up into one fucking region, one big country. And again, I'll have to agree with Keith Wilson that Canada is fine if we can. Sorry, it's not. No, it's not fine. Canada is too big and too regional, too provincial that we can actually work together. The effectively, what were the plebiscites that Jason Kenney had pushed through? Well, what do you think about transfer payments? Should we get rid of them? 62% of Albertans that had answered the question basically said we want to get rid of it. Well, we can't do anything because Quebec is going to say no. It's those 7 provinces that represent 7 provinces have to agree, which represent at least 50% of the population, have to agree to constitutional reform. Nothing is going to change. Absolutely nothing will change. And that's what Smith is going to be campaigning on, to if she thinks that she's going to be able to have a better, she wants a sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. There is no united Canada. Like, it does not exist. My fucking idiot brother-in-law, if it was up to him, I would get rid of, gas-powered vehicles. Dude, these electric vehicles don't have the fucking range. And then if you are going to implement that, you have to overhaul the power grid, which means updated or upgraded power lines, which requires construction and remodeling and everything else that goes along with it, which is not cheap to begin with. And guess what? Someone, there have to be at least, 3 or 4, maybe 5 additional power plants for more Teslas, to say the least. Are you going to allow that to be in your backyard? No. Well, guess what? Everyone else is going to be telling you to go fucking pound salt. So, nothing personal. You're an idiot. Like, you are an absolute idiot. It's... And he's... I'm going to say this nicely. I can't, but I'm going to say it anyway. If it was up to him, the NDP would be governing all of Canada. What could go wrong? Because Alberta has done it. I voted NDP back in the day for Ontario with Bob Ray. I didn't last very long in the province, and I'm happy to be out here, and I will not go back to Ontario, because at the end of the day, I'm an Albertan first, and I'm a Canadian very distant second. But to get back to Danielle, she will actively be campaigning for Alberta to stay. And if that doesn't scream conflict with your voter base, I don't know what does. So this woman...
We're down to like 10 minutes again.
Yeah, that's fine. So the woman has painted herself into a corner, and she thinks and hopes that she's going to be able to get by. If she even gets by the skin of her teeth, that's perfectly fine. But do not be surprised if she is up for increasingly scrutinized review. And yeah, again, I just don't think she is going to survive. The woman is an avowed federalist. She got in with a separatist push. So, how else can I say it? But the two will never meet. Never, ever meet to be able to work together. So, we'll see, but I'm not hopeful. But as much as I want to move out to Prince Rupert, and believe me, I do, I'm just waiting for that port to be claimed because of the strategic value, I'm not going there either. I'll stay here where it's the lesser of all of the evils. But if you think that I'm going to stay in Canada, oh God, you are sorely and sadly mistaken. There is no future within this country as it is. The province itself, the one thing that, with her kicking the can down the road, and I'm not talking October, I'm talking next year, is that this gives more and more time for Ottawa to keep exerting its, how else can I say this? Its authoritarian, extreme authoritarian inclination. And if that useless cunt, and that's really what she started to turn out to being, if she's going to do anything smart before she leaves office, maybe, just maybe, she'll start to exert the same privileges that Quebec has, and to start to we can do this, we're going to do this. This is, here are the limitations on immigration. Here are the limitations on temporary foreign workers, So if she's going to be smart, which we'll see, maybe, she'll actually, when she realizes that she's on her way out, maybe she actually will think of and work for the actual better interests of the province. I don't think so, but just maybe. So I got nothing more to say.
Yeah, I think we need to kind of wrap this topic up here. Yeah, that's there's a lot of stuff in play here. What it more or less basically boils down to, though, is that Alberta is the linchpin that's keeping the rest of the country together. And again, Danielle, my view is Danielle Smith was a fucking person put in between a rock and a hard place. Does she survive? Does she not survive? Who knows? I understand why Jeff Rath and Mitch Sylvester are pissed off. I can also tell you that the Stay Canada side is also equally pissed off at Danielle Smith for doing what she did. Right? This is your typical political middle of the ground, high wire middle ground. Everybody's going to be pissed off, so you pick the option that is least gonna piss the fewest people off choice. Danielle Smith is definitely going to be on watch from this point forward, though, and it's not that I can't blame the separatist side for doing this. I'm going to cut Danielle Smith a little bit of slack here. My person, because I'm leaning towards separation. The reason why I am leaning towards separation is that you got to understand, my birthday is July 1st, 1967. You know that, right?
Yeah, you're a centennial baby. I get it.
Yeah. It's like you're asking me to separate myself from my fucking birthright, right? Like,
I get it.
So it's like I have to give the government of Canada as much. This is just because of my birthright. I have to give the government of Canada as much leeway as possible. I have to wait for them to come. If they come at me with a decent proposal, and so far, all they've had is fucking rhetoric.
Yep.
Right? Like, if they can come up with a decent solution, then I'm going to vote, then I'm going to choose to remain to stay. But if they don't, and so far they haven't, it doesn't look like they will again, because you're talking about, because Carney's not the one calling the fucking shots. Right? And, for whatever reason, here's the other thing, and this is a reverse version of the Monroe Doctrine that the globalists have been put into. If Alberta leaves, then what is going to stop Quebec from leaving? And if Quebec leaves, then what about all of these other places all over the West that don't agree with what their national government is doing for them? And are they all going to fucking decide to start heading for the exits? Right? So in one form or another, right? Like and we'll cover this at the very end. You also have the situation of the manosphere and the fact that as of right now, the West is gonna get, and this is the same sort of thing that's happened with Japan, which, by the way, is why suddenly, and I don't want to get into a big discussion about it because we've only got another 3 minutes left on this particular run, that they're considering, actually, the prime minister there has removed the 1% limitation on military spending for Japan, right? There's actually some feelers out about potentially nuclear arming Japan because they're the counterbalance to what's going on in fucking China.
They're the only option. They are the only option.
There's also South Korea, but I mean, they've got.
South Korea's birth rate right now appears at like 0.72. South Korea is going to South Korea is going to self-destruct before Japan does, and Japan's already bad enough.
Japan is also, well, by the way, what you've been seeing in South Korea and Japan you're going to start seeing those birth rates, even with all of the immigrants that's the other reason why they're trying to force these immigrants in here, is because they're going to need the warm bodies to go fight in war. But here's the thing, that's the functioning equivalent of what the Roman Empire did when they started hiring mercenaries, right? It's like,
yeah, okay. Anyway, yes, I completely agree. So let's end this. Let's move on.
Yeah, all right, yeah. So I'll just bring up that one last point, right? Giving foreign nationals automatic citizenship if they decide to join the armed forces. That's the functioning equivalent of what the Romans were doing by hiring mercenaries, right? These people don't have an investment in the country, and they're not going to fight as hard. Anyway, that is it for this one. We're going to end this, and we're going to move on to topic number 4.
Yep.
Bill C-22. Is there a path for Conservatives to support that bill in committee? And if so, what changes do you expect to see?
Well, once again, we see the Liberals going after the good guys. They do this with firearms where they target licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested farmers, hunters, sport shooters, instead of going after gun criminals. When it comes to online crime, they choose censorship rather than shutting down perverts, pedophiles, and other predators. And now here we have another bill where they try to turn the entire tech sector into a gigantic surveillance arm of the state, which will kill many jobs and drive many of the best businesses out of our country. So it is just another example of a government that wants to control Canadians' lives. And they've achieved something very unique. Normally we talk about the tension between liberty and order. They've managed to create total disorder while attacking liberty. It's incredible. You see, we have total disorder in our streets. We're anti-Semitic riots everywhere, fire bombings of synagogues. We have crime and violent crime up 50%, extortion's up 2,400% in Surrey, and yet at the same time, they're using the heavy hand of the state to rob people of their basic liberties. Some people think you have to choose between liberty and order. The Liberals choose neither. We believe you can have ordered liberty if you have a government determined to stand on the side of law-abiding people.
All right, Bill C-22. And we're probably going to talk about censorship in greater detail. Now, Carney, and this was also started under Trudeau. They have decided, and they're using the guise of Canadian content to do this. They have decided that they need to monitor the podcasts and the stuff that's being said online. And of course, they use the acronym hate speech, but they don't define what hate speech is. Now, Kelso has said there's no such thing as hate speech. Having encountered like literally every single race that I have encountered has engaged in like hateful fucking rhetoric towards people not of their race. In fact, I remember when I was on a stream with Jaffe one time.
Oh God!
And Jaffe lives in Korea, as you're well aware. And he started talking about racism, and I had to point out, like, dude, like everyone keeps talking about how racist the whites are. I tell you, the most racist single fucking group that I have ever encountered have been the Chinese.
Yep, I was just going to say thank you.
Japanese are pretty bad too, but the Chinese are the absolute fucking worst, right? And yep. Robert Morningstar said, yep, I can concur, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay, my apologies for stepping in here, but I have a close friend. She's Vietnamese. She hates blacks. Absolutely hates them. She considers them to be lazy. So, and again, there was that Chinese washing machine commercial.
Oh, I remember that. I saw that.
Exactly. There was a guy that I worked with at Shaw at the time. He was screaming and bitching and moaning, complaining about it. And I get where he's coming from. But it's one of those, dude, that's their culture. I don't care what you think or feel about it. That's how they are.
That is how they are.
Yeah. And I'm not saying that you're not productive. You're not, you're not being a man or whatever else. But that's how they see you. They will wash out the black and bring out some Asian guy that's going to be cuckolded. And guess what? And at the end of the day, after all of that, do you think she's going to be happy with this little small Chinese dick? I'm going to say no. And I make no apologies for saying that, because that will be the underlying problem, shall we say, with me being red pilled to some degree or another.
Like, I mean, and it's like, yeah, the race baiting is, again, we're kind of getting off we're getting off the topic here. But I mean, I literally had to call out a dude here on Facebook tonight, because he keeps on a group with women not taking accountability.
Oh God.
This guy keeps coming in and posting up fucking, and he just keeps posting up race baiting shit. And I fucking keep calling him out. It's like, yeah, dude, what the fuck does this have to do with women not taking accountability? Like, go fucking race bait somewhere else, you know? And keep in mind, if I can figure out what the fuck is wrong with my Rumble account, why I can't get onto that live stream anymore. I'm gonna have to check that out tonight or whatever, or tomorrow. I want to talk to Roger about that because I don't know what the hell's going on there. Well, actually, you know what? Since it's gonna be getting fair amount of money here fairly soon, what I might, if Rumble continues to give me trouble, I might just do the show completely on fucking Zoom and just start editing again.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean, that was not a bad idea.
You know, but anyway, getting back to C-22, this is the whole thing about censorship and particularly about hate speech, right? They're bringing this in and they're turning it into almost like what they've got in Britain and in Europe, where they monitor everything, you know. And what's gone on in Britain, which is why Keir Starmer is like hanging on by a fucking thread at the moment. Again, you haven't been around, you haven't been following it as much. I have. Keir Starmer is in a lot of trouble.
Well, that much I know.
Yeah, Keir Starmer is in a lot of trouble. Not that Tommy Robinson is the saint, is any type of a saint, because he's not. But that's he would be and UKIP is continuing to gain political support. But getting back to this, it's like they've designated it hate speech and intelligence and whatever, and it's like, you know, like some of the things that they have designated as potential insurrection have been moms protesting DEI hires and that type of thing, right? Like they list that off. One of the big ones, and I'm probably going to have to do this on the Rookie 5 live stream, is that they're starting to take the manosphere really, really seriously now. And to a certain degree, I can see why they're going to do it, because it's like, and I've said this to a few people already, you know, like the guys in the manosphere are not going to go overseas and fight a war. Like they're just not going to do it. Conversely, because it's not like, unless the actual country itself is attacked, like why the fuck, like again, this is something, why the fuck would I want to go and fight?
Why stick out my neck?
Why would I want to go and fight for a country that keeps treating me that I'm somehow fucking defective just because I'm born male?
Yep.
Right? You know, like, and or they're not attempting to, and it's very clear that the women aren't gonna fucking to the most part, that women aren't gonna fucking do it either, right? Like there's been no attempt by any fucking women at all to curtail this fucking element inside their ranks. Like none, right? You'll see individual women that will get it, but it's like, you know, overall there has been zero, even from so-called conservative women, to fucking in fact, a lot of conservative women are even some of the worst feminists out there, right? So I mean, again, right, so what C-22 is, what the big deal with C-22 is, and this has been brought up at the State Department in the US. This has been brought up by Nord. By the way, I have Nord as a VPN. This has been brought up by Telegram. This has been brought up by a few places. It's like, no, we cannot open up a back door for you so that you can monitor your own citizens. Like, we're not doing it. And it's like, and if you push this bill through, we'll just pull our including, I believe there's been a couple of social media sites that have said they'll just pull all of their support from Canada period, which means they'll have to get a new VPN for one, right? And it's like, and again, right, what they were just ignoring all of this until the State Department said it's like, no, you're not, we're not giving you a back door for good reason. Facebook, for instance, Mark Zuckerberg kind of mysteriously came out of nowhere.
Okay.
And a lot of that has been speculated because he got a huge amount of seed money from InQtel to start Facebook, which is why you've continuously had these data leaks out of Facebook. And we're probably still leaking data, right?
Yeah.
Same thing with Twitter to a certain extent, although it's gotten better. Well, same thing with a lot of these other social, if they don't play ball, they have a hard time growing, right?
Yeah.
And they're like looking at Carney, and they're like, and it would have been Trudeau if Trudeau had stayed in. Fortunately, he didn't. But it's not that Carney's a whole lot better.
I was gonna
They're
say
looking they're like looking at Carney, and they're like going, it's like, no, we're not going to give you a back door into our system. First of all, you're like leaving us vulnerable to hackers elsewhere. Not that the U.S. government doesn't have back doors into every fucking social media out there in the first place anyway.
Yeah.
But again, right, the restrictions on free speech and the monitoring and whatever, and the way they deliberately made the term hate speech to sound so vague. For instance, there has been, and you were just talking, that's the reason why I kind of like shot down that discussion earlier about like being critical of the Kamloops. By the way, that is also a direct violation of civil liberties, right? A direct constitutional violation. You cannot throw someone in jail for questioning the Kamloops School narrative. Like, you can't do that.
Okay.
Right? That's another one of those legal battles they're going to have to start fighting on. And then, of course, you had the whole thing with the ostriches, which I never really got into, but I think was
that was
that was just a
bought and paid for. That's what that was. My opinion. My opinion.
I mean, what the hell do these ostriches have that was such a major threat in the first place, right? I suspect that there may have been something personal in this.
My opinion of the ostriches was that they were able to provide a lot of non-pharmaceutical backed science, and that's why that got shut down.
493. I talked about, because we had a couple of shooters we were talking about on 493. Okay. Big Pharma got put under the microscope in 493. So the whole thing with this is that, I mean, C22, they were really pushing this one hard, and then all of a sudden, right, like these outside forces came in and went, it's like, no, you're not doing that. Like, we're not going to cooperate with you if you do that. And again, right, a lot of this, and again, you take a look, because we've been talking about it, the Belt and Road Initiative, UNDRIP, and all of that other stuff. And it's like being critical.
It's all connected if you can actually step back and separate your emotions to the overall trends and
and it's like, and the thing, and then they don't have, like, CBC, CTV, and fucking Global are losing support. Oh, look at what happened with CBC, right? Look at the fucking mess they got themselves into on topic number one.
Oh God.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, just look at that, and it's like, they don't they cannot control, like they're losing their ability to control the narrative, which is a form of soft power. So they have to do everything they can to control the internet. Now, again, it's a lot easier to do that in Canada than it is in the States because Shaw and Rogers are the two,
No, Shaw
Telus.
is Rogers.
Telus and Rogers are the only two major. There are some other smaller providers, which I might actually consider down the line. And I switched over. I dropped Telus completely here at the start of the year because they kept forgetting to notice that I had paid them. And then they would cut my phone off when I was going through that economic difficulty. And then they would cut my phone off. And then I would call them up and I'd go, yeah, I sent you the money and you cut me off. Anyway, oh, we have to charge, we basically charge $35 to flip a switch. It's like, no, you're not charging me $35 to flip a switch. I paid you. Right? Like the money is on its way. Oh, well, we didn't get the money by a certain date because you did. Oh, yeah. Like just like,
The excuses. Yep.
You know, and they did it multiple. Oh, by the way, my car insurance provider also pulled a bunch of bullshit with me, which I almost ended up jobless, homeless, and penniless because of what they fucking pulled back in March. I don't even want to get into that. I needed.
Let's avoid that.
Yeah, I'm not even going to get into that. But I mean, you know, it's a lot easier to do here. So it's like they can just go to the two major internet providers and they could basically put restrictions on it. Oh, for instance, you know, like when I'm at my work site and I want to access, for instance, MGTOW TV, I can't access it on the Open Rogers system. Like they've blocked it. Right? Like I have to go. Fortunately, there is a server in the area that is like not coded that you could just log into and don't have to worry about passwords. By the way, have been able to upload a lot of content because of that internet connection. Most of it's on MGTOW TV, and then I take it from MGTOW TV and I transfer it over to the other ones. I'm currently working on getting caught up with Odyssey. But this is an attempt to establish control. They're gonna try to go Carney, and that's the reason why he wanted to secure his majority. Carney wanted to basically institute, or Trudeau did as well, or the people who were controlling Trudeau had decided that they needed to have the same type of monitoring system in Canada that they've got over in Great Britain.
No, it's not even Great Britain. No, it's not even Great Britain. It's China because he loved the basic dictatorship of China. Where they could turn the economy around on a dime.
Well, apparently it didn't work, but we'll not get into China. That's a can of worms you don't really want to go down. What I have noted and what has been discovered about China is that there's not nearly as many people there as a lot of people are saying there are.
Like about 400 million people less than before, but we won't talk about
could be as many as 600 to 800 million. Like it could be half.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it's like you've got all of these residential blocks that are being built that are hardly occupied at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like looking, like if I wasn't so concerned about how the Chinese government was conducting themselves, like if I was like, for instance, if I was making, say, $3,000-4,000 a month on the internet. You know, like if it wasn't for the fact that it's China, like I would be serious. Like even if I was making like $5,000 a month, I could go over, move into one of those apartments in China and basically live like a fucking king if I wanted to. But I don't want to move to China, right? But anyway,
I would.
it's
Well, with being my yellow fever, I wouldn't say no, but yeah, no, I no. The issue with that aspect of China is that they're starting to model themselves after Canada because too many Canadians have put too much in quote investment unquote into property, and that they think they're going to be able to rent it out at a profit.
Yep.
So
anyway, so going back to C-22, it's like, like this was an attempt to institute a police day, which kind of suggests that they might just go ahead with this anyway. I think Carney is making a major mistake pivoting towards China and not staying because, like, yeah, geography does not work in Carney's favor.
well, if it's not the Chinese, it's going to be he wants to pivot towards the EU. So,
geography does not work in his favor. Diefenbaker tried this as well, although he wasn't as antagonistic towards he wasn't as who the fuck was it? Kennedy and the guy before Kennedy.
Eisenhower, I think.
Eisenhower. Yeah, he wasn't as antagonistic towards Eisenhower and Kennedy. But I mean, he tried to diversify the economy as well. I mean, I get it, right? But yeah, geography is geography, dude. And what it is ultimately going to come down to is that, like, I mean, like the moment the Chinese start, if the Canada does not agree to doesn't live up to its mutual defense obligations via NORAD, right?
Oh God!
And they start allowing the Chinese to come in, right? It's like, yeah, the U.S. is going to intervene.
Yep.
And here's the thing, right? Establishing a Chinese-style social credit system in Canada, when you have the United States immediately to the south, that is also not going to work because what you're basically going to do is you're going to have anybody in Canada with an ounce of brains running to the border, which, by the way, is why they talked about instituting that $500,000 exit fee.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The financial Berlin Wall. We discussed again. You weren't here for, but we discussed that, right?
No, but when you told me about that, I was looking into them. Like, so what they're trying to do is basically contain the bleed because anyone within Canada, which doesn't seem to take very much, will look at the whole situation and just kind of go, you know what? I'm getting the fuck out. See ya. So, I mean, I've seen enough people that are following the likes of what the hell was his name? Klaus Kellerman, some idiot in Ontario who's a YouTuber, and I believe I can speak for the two of us. Our collective opinion of people that are agreeing with him, like a bunch of trained SEALs. There's enough of them. It's this is why that I want to separate, because I don't want to be around these idiots anymore. And again, I'll go back to my mom. I love the woman to death. I really do. But again, she said she agrees in the principle of what the conservatives were talking about. She didn't like the tone of Pierre Poilievre. I'm thinking to myself, ain't that like a fucking woman? Yeah, I agree with you, but I don't like the way you say that. Well, shit or get off the pot. I don't care which. And again, I called her out. It's like, okay, so you didn't like this, you didn't like this, you didn't like this, or you didn't like this. And yet you voted for the Liberals, so don't complain about the problems that you are helping to perpetuate. Well, I don't want to talk about politics anymore with you. Yeah, because your son is calling you out. I'm calling her out. So, yeah. And I'm looking forward to talk with my brother-in-law as well, too. It's like, oh, okay, so you want more of this, I'm going to eat something. And yet, when my father passed away, my sister, your wife, took on the estate, and she inherited the financial issue of his vehicle. I'm going to eat again, or separate, whatever. You know, based on socialism, I should be asking for you to give me that vehicle just because, well, I don't have anything. Oh, all of a sudden now it's going to be a problem because I'm pushing back on an actual situation where I profit from you taking on someone else's debt. It's just one of those cases of you couldn't be any more stupid if you tried. Anyway, my apologies.
Anyway, yeah, we're down to like 9 minutes here on this one. So it's like, police state is bad. I think we can all agree on that.
Well, unless you think you're going to be part of the winning team that will actually benefit from it, it then becomes a problem because you're pointing out the issues of what a police state actually does.
Well, here's the thing: there isn't going to be a winning team on this, right?
Okay. Yes. Okay. You and I have the foresight to look into the future and to see where this could go and where it could go wrong. And given human nature and corruption or whatever else, if the seeds of rot and corruption already are not there, it will be soon enough. And that's where you and people such as you and I would call the bullshit out. And people such as my brother-in-law, and my sister would be defending it. It's like, okay, well, it's perfectly fine if it's going to be NDP, but if conservatives were to pull this in a similar manner, well, exactly. So it's okay on the one side, but it's not okay on the other. Then you need to apply that on both sides equally, or at least as much equally as possible. And if you can still not, if you cannot weigh both sides equally, then your viewpoints and your ability to actually be forward thinking disqualifies you, in my honest opinion, to think that you know better otherwise. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, and what it really boils down to, and that's the reason why they are so desperate to keep Alberta in, is that the only reason that Carney hasn't made pushed on this is because he knows if he pushes on this, like Alberta and Quebec will both leave immediately. Right?
And
he can't.
I think Saskatchewan would be jumping in as well too.
Well, that's the other thing too, right? I mean, you were getting at about Danielle Smith. That's the other thing. It's like now Carney can't do fuck all. If the vote is yes, we're going to have a referendum in October, that means that Carney won't be able to institute a lot of this bullshit until after the referendum is actually held, right? So it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the roll of the dice that Danielle Smith is taking with that. But again, right? Have to plan accordingly here. I've been telling my relatives and telling people back in BC, you know, I wanted to wait until October when the referendum was held before I made a decision as to which way I was going to go or not. I might not have that luxury anymore. And it sucks to say that, but it's like, yeah, I may have to make my move sooner rather than later now. Again, it's gonna be a whole lot clearer to me which direction I'm gonna go in as we get later on into the year. And we're down to like 5 minutes left on this particular feed. C22 has got a lot of replications. There was obviously a lot. This is the reason why I wanted Canada as a different topic this week because I knew there was going to be a lot of stuff to talk about. So yeah, we're going to end this chat and we're going to pick up with topic number 5.
Hold your craving until it hits. Hide, suppress your darkest needs. I will spoil you before it hits. 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 Before it hits.
You've spoken to airport security whistleblowers. What are they telling you about the extent of organized crime at Canadian airports?
So we know from our police sources, from intelligence reports, as well as court documents, that at Pearson Airport anyway, Hells Angels, Asian organized crime groups, mafia, cartel are all involved in infiltrating the airport, paying off some corrupt workers in order to move large quantities of drugs through the airport. And what we know from speaking to whistleblowers is that while passengers post 9/11 have been the subject of intense security as you're going into an airport, we are seen as the threat. Our bag is seen as the threat. There hasn't been the same kind of reckoning for the security of the people who are working there. In the documentary that airs on Saturday night, we expose issues of hiring, of screening, issues of people not being searched as they leave. CATSA, which is the organization that's responsible for screening all passengers as well as employees, doesn't have a mandate to screen employees when they leave work. And we spoke to a whistleblower, a ramp worker at Pearson Airport, who says they have a joke at Pearson Airport that you could walk out with a cruise missile and no one would stop you. And so if you're looking to take drugs off a plane, it is a clear line from the plane to the parking lot where you can get with the drugs out. This happened inside Canada's busiest airport. Tens of millions of dollars in gold and currency is just loaded onto a truck and driven away. An audacious heist that police say relied on airport insiders. 2 Air Canada employees are among the 9 people accused in the 2023 heist. We've learned that one of them, Parmpal Sidhu, was flagged in 3 separate drug investigations at the airport dating back decades. We got our hands on a sensitive intelligence document that accuses Sidhu of being the leader of an international drug trafficking ring, moving large loads of drugs through Pearson Airport and infiltrating legitimate government organizations for the purpose of carrying out their criminal activities. Now, that was in 2012. We don't know if that information was ever shared with his employer, but we do know that Sidhu kept his job and his security clearance right up until the gold heist in 2023.
Our job is to identify those potential corrupt employees that are enabling organized crime groups.
Ulysses Botello is a retired RCMP officer. Now he's a whistleblower. It was his job to warn Transport Canada about airport employees who should have their security clearances revoked. He says his recommendations were repeatedly ignored.
If you want to associate with organized crime, if you want to engage in illicit activity, you can do many other things without having that restricted airside card.
Are you telling me that you have actually flagged employees who have connections to organized crime to Transport Canada and they have maintained their past security?
It happens.
It happens is a very concerning answer.
Of course it is.
We collected exclusive data from Transport Canada showing 125,000 security clearances were approved at Canada's 4 major airports over a 5-year period. A staggering 7,500 employees were flagged as having some kind of security issue, but were given clearance anyway.
The numbers that are being presented to Transport Canada that are of concern versus the numbers that are being allowed to retain the restricted airside cards are concerning to me.
Botello says he's also concerned that he never could find out how many were high-threat employees.
Nobody can give me a straight answer as to how many of those numbers were mission critical. In other words, enablers of organized crime. I couldn't get that information.
Despite repeated requests, Transport Canada would not categorize the level of threat of those granted security passes. In a statement, they write, "Adverse information does not automatically equate to a transportation security risk."
All right. So yeah, this is the last of the original section that we wanted to discuss about tonight. They uncovered, and I would have posted all of this stuff up in the video feed if we were on Rumble, which we're not tonight. But I mean, what happened is that what was going on with it at Pearson Airport, and this is the second time in 3 years that something like this has occurred, is that what baggage handlers were doing was removing the baggage tag that the agent had been putting on the tag and switching it over to another bag that had a bunch of narcotics in it. And these people would unknowingly get on these planes and would fly to their destinations, and what they would do is they switch the tags out, right? So because a lot of people don't bother to check whether they know what their bag looks like, so they don't usually check the tag number to see if it's actually their bag or not. They just grab their bag and they head off, and they don't bother. They might notice at the end when they get to their hotel that the number that they've got on their baggage tag and what they've got on their ticket isn't the same thing, but it's still their bag and it's still their stuff, so they probably don't think anything about it. The only problem is that in Colombia, in Central America, in South Korea, in Southeast Asia. By the way, they got some really nasty penalties for drug smuggling in Southeast Asia and in Indonesia, right? These people would get stopped because they had drugs in their luggage. And they would go, well, no, this is my luggage right here. Well, it's not your bag. The tags don't match up. The tag shows this one. And 16, 17 times, right? In the different countries, somebody noticed that this idiosyncrasy was going on, and they backtracked it. And every single time, Pearson Airport.
What?
Now, yeah, Pearson Airport in Toronto.
Oh, God.
There was one time when it came out of Vancouver International, but all of them, virtually all of them, were out of Pearson Airport. Now, here's the thing. Pearson Airport, and maybe you remember this, I didn't hear anything. I sort of heard something about it, but I didn't know how big it was. There was a situation where the shipment of gold came over. It was worth tens of millions of dollars.
Dude, one of the guys that was involved in that immigrated and settled to where I grew up. So I took a very personal vested interest in that. Very personal.
So, yeah, and here's the thing about this, because I know enough about security, and I know when you're shipping high value goods, you know, there are multiple checks that are done, right? So
should be done.
That should be done. Like there's multiple security checks, right? Like even when it gets to the airport, it's locked away in a separate thing, and only one person has the key, right?
Supposed to have the key.
Like when it's something that valuable, only one person has the key, or usually two people have the key, and it's like the other, or there's a double lock. One of the baggage handlers has the key, and the security guard or the security company that's going to pick up the items has the other key. So there's a double blind lock system. So nobody at the airport can just go in and take the stuff and put it into the bag. But these procedures were not followed. And he came in. And this guy comes in with an old invoice that the baggage handler didn't bother to check. They swapped out and by the way, there's a tag system on transport items. There's a tag seal option. It doesn't prevent people from breaking in, but what it does is that it prevents if somebody breaks the seal before it gets to a certain place, like that sets off certain, and they start security protocols on it, right? Apparently that wasn't followed. That was they're supposed to, but apparently that wasn't followed either. So yeah, they just walked in with this receipt for fish. They went over, and apparently said that the fish was here, and you know, in order to change the bill of lading on that, you would have had to have broken the seal to do it. So the person who did it either did it himself or just ignored the broken seal, which they're not supposed to do. And I know this from working security. There's like a number of procedures that they had to follow. And it's like they just took it, they dropped it off, put it in the back of the van, put it in the back of the truck, and boom, it took off. Right. And it was like, you know, it turned out later on, again, that guy who grew up in your neighborhood was one of the people involved. And I took one look at that dude, and I was like, yeah, I could see him doing that. Right. Just from the look of him.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare that you look at somebody and you can just tell that was one of those individuals. Here's the other big surprise. All of them were immigrants that were involved. Every single one of them were immigrants. On both ends. Shocker. And you take a look at the baggage handlers, and it's like, why were there so many Sikh? And I don't want to start getting into an anti-immigration. Why the fuck were there so many Sikh fucking baggage handlers, right? Baggage handlers.
Welcome to Bangladesh. How can we help you? My name is Abu.
Yeah, it's like why were there again, I'm not saying that white guys are less inclined to do it, but why were there so many why the fuck were there so many non-whites working at Air Canada, Pearson Airport, DEI, right? Again, side point. But then then you have that. Go wait, Rearson, you look like you really got something to say, so say it.
Well, apparently there's a 50-foot statue of Brahma somewhere in and around Pearson. That's never happened before here. So I'm just going to drop that bomb, and that everyone else who's going to listen to this, maybe think about that. Brahma is not Judeo-Christian. Brahma is not Far East Asian. Brahma is not Chinese. I'm gonna go get a beer. I'm done on that point specifically.
All right. So going into this, so it's like, yeah, and then of course, shocker of shockers, all of the people that have been tied in to this drug issue out of Pearson Airport, all of them, Bangladeshi or East Indian, all of them, which explains why so many of these shipments were going to places in Asia, right? Second time now. And of course, nobody wants to say the quiet thing out loud, which is namely like, why do you have so many fucking immigrants working as baggage handlers? Like, you have like, aren't there any homegrowns that will take that job? Because I can think of plenty of homegrowns that would. Like, you make decent money. Here's the thing, too. It's a union it's a corporate and a union fucking shop. You make pretty good goddamn money as a baggage handler.
Yeah,
at the airports.
I will completely agree.
You make decent money, right? So it's not like these guys were working poor, right? So,
but I don't want to work at the airport. I don't want to do this. I have a degree in. Thank you, feminism. Sorry. Actually, no. I make no apologies.
Well, when we get into the last topic, we'll be talking about it does have a feminist aspect to it. The
shocker on that.
The whole thing, though, is that it's like, again, right? Everybody is, from what everybody appears to want to fucking tiptoe around the fact that these people were all fucking, most of these people were fucking immigrants, right? The people that got arrested for stealing that gold were all immigrants.
Yep.
Right? It's like, and it's not as though, because I have met immigrants that are very hardworking and very diligent and whatnot. But I mean, it's like when you blow your fucking borders, there's huge numbers of Indian students here that are refusing to fucking go home after their visas expire. It's like, no, fucker, your visas have expired. Go fucking home. Right?
Yeah. Again, that it's going to boil back down to people such as my mom that agree with it, but she doesn't like the policy or the wording or whatever of the Conservative Party. Like, you are the fucking problem with Canada. I'm sorry, but
Jesus,
you are.
Man, I have had, even with Roger, it's like, because you're seeing you're seeing these individuals that are third party, and like they go right up to the line. And they're like looking, going, like, why are there so many of these fucking insane women causing trouble? But they don't want to step over that fucking line. Right?
Well, no one's going to call out the fucking white elephant in the fucking, the pink elephant, the elephant in the room, regardless of color. Well, here's the problem. Well, I don't see that. I don't want to deal with that. It's like, well, you know what? You don't have much of you don't have a choice. Well, you have a choice. So stop. Just go away.
Toxic fucking empathy. And it's like, I mean, and here's the thing, there's so many guys that are willing to defend this shit. And it's like, I despise guys like this now.
Okay. No, Naroki, you and I were in that camp as well too. We were. It's uncomfortable to say, but we were.
Yeah, we were at one point, which is why I hold these individuals in such disgust and disdain.
Yep, fair. Okay,
right? Because it was like I bought into a fucking narrative, and when I realized Well, I mean, the place that I was staying at when I was in Banff, right? There was a women's centers there, and this is the
GB.
90s.
Yeah, GB.
Yeah, well, not GB, but the place I was staying at. There was a women's center there, and I would see the articles that they would be posting up at the women's center, and like some of the stuff they were posting up at that women's center were just right out to fucking lunch.
Well,
and it was like,
well, when it comes to females and emotional logic, and I use that term very loosely, the mental gymnastics they go to, good God, they could actually short the distance between the Earth and the Moon. They
and
really
it's
could.
like you have to fucking work your way past, or you have to fucking disregard them, right?
Yep.
They don't have here, and again, right? I don't want to start getting into a fucking, because the next topic we're going to be discussing is feminism to a certain degree, like
Yep.
you're like looking at this sort of stuff, and it's like you're defending rapists because you want to fucking look good to your fucking pals back at your fucking sewing circle or whatever fucking group of friends you hang out with, right?
Yeah, and that's fine until someone like Paul Bernardo comes in, and then all of a sudden you can be screaming to the fucking high heavens. Well, bitch, you fucking let him in.
Oh yeah, don't say that to them, because telling them that they voted for it just pisses them off.
Yeah, because they know what they did is, but being called out for it all of a sudden becomes an issue because, heaven forbid, well, this is what you want. Like I said, with my mom, well, I didn't vote for that. Well, no, you voted for the party. So this comes with, here's the baggage that comes along with it. Well, it's not what I wanted. I don't care what you wanted. They've been doing this for the last 10 fucking years. You reinforced it again.
You
voted for it. You knew what they were doing because you didn't like the way the other party, the other
because
option.
Orange Man bad.
No, it's not even
Orange Man bad too, by the way, with the last election.
Okay. The thing with my mother, she likes what the conservatives have to say, but she doesn't like the sound of it when it comes from the leader. Well, you know what? You have to pick. And if you don't pick you fundamentally agree with it, but the other side sounds better. Well, guess what? Smart people are going to basically say, so one side makes sense, but the other side makes you feel better. Well, if your feelings take precedence over common sense, like Pearl has said, Pearl Davies, equal rights, equal left, and she has even said that women shouldn't vote. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. Women should not be able to vote because they vote emotionally rather than logically and thinking long term. And you wonder why the Middle East has the control over females that they do. It's because they got fucking smart, like what, 5, 6, 7, 8 centuries ago.
Well, I mean, one of the reasons why they did that is because, again, right, there's too many fucking men in them that were like willing to go along with it, and we're willing to potentially see fucking societies just get destroyed to fucking indulge these women on the off fucking chance that they'd be able to sleep with them. Right?
Yeah, no, fair enough. And well, again, there was that one woman at the Rimrock way back when. I'll just say her first name, Rachel. She was bitching and complaining about her boyfriend at the time, and he was cheating on her with his girlfriend back in Ontario, and she got just pissed out of her fucking gourd. And I said, well, Rachel, the problem with guys are, how do men think? Well, shit. Look at the mating herd. You got the one male, he's got all the other females. The other 3 guys are in the car basically just said, Pearson, shut the fuck up. I'm like, what? I'm telling her what it is. Well, did I know how far ahead of the curve I was? Only I
Yeah,
said
well,
it.
I was, it's like, yeah, like I have been proposing, and some guys are actually starting to listen to me now. It's like you see these guys coming out and you see them fucking defending this insanity. It's like it's like no asshole. And again, we're kind of getting off on a tangent here. Again, no.
Shocker.
Right? It's this particular crowd of women that have been running fucking block for these people. Oh, well, they're just dreamers. They just come over here for a better life. Yeah, and you want to know what? Some of them do.
Okay.
When in our house, you obey our rules. Well, our rules are wrong. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's like, well, sorry, what rules do you want us to fucking take? Their rules? No, I'm not.
I would
not.
say I would say go ahead. You want to incorporate their rules, then you go over there for a year, and then you come back and you tell me how good it was.
Oh no,
Period.
they never do.
Well,
They
exactly.
never do.
No, they don't, and they never will, because it actually makes them accountable, and accountability to modern women is, what is it? Oh yeah, that's right, kryptonite.
Yep. Oh, yeah. You should see the number of women that again. Like, there's these huge sites on Facebook that talk about women not taking accountability, and it's like, again, right? We're kind of getting off on the tangent here, but again, right? What it ultimately boils down to here is that, I mean, they had a problem back 2 years ago. They didn't fix it.
Yeah.
Why did they not fix it? Like they knew, like for instance, one of the guys that was involved in the gold heist kept his job. Like how did this guy keep his job? Oh, well, maybe the union protected him. Well, maybe the union did, but I mean, like even unions have their limits. So it's like, yeah, they didn't put the fucking hammer down on this group because they didn't want to appear as racist because there are a bunch of women that would start screaming at them if they did, right? It's like you have to get to the point where you have to embrace the zen of zero fucks given. Right. And that's the whole issue about the manosphere is that you get guys like me that just don't give a shit anymore. Right. And again, right.
Well, I'm pretty much at that point as well too. I mean, fuck. I work with one Aussie chick, and I'm sorry. No, actually, I'm not sorry to say this. You want to stick your dick into crazy? Go fucking Aussie chick. Okay, just fucking do it because they're off their goddamn fucking rocker.
They were fucking they were criminals when they were fucking exported over there, right?
Way to go for the dick on that one, my friend. Okay.
They were like, I mean, back in the 19th century, right?
Yeah,
like
they were. Yeah.
Back in the 19th century during the gold rush, like being an Australian on the West Coast meant that they kept a fucking eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like it's kind of hard to tell now because you look at the Australians and they seem to be rather civilized, and they are
to a point.
But it's like, like it wasn't that long ago that being known for being fucking Australian had some pretty negative fucking connotations to it, right? By the way, Australian feminists are among the worst in the world.
No, exactly. And that's where I was going with this, because one of the females that I work with, who's an Aussie feminist, she hates men. She hates older white men. Mind you, I've also
she hates herself then.
Okay.
What's you written up?
Yeah, I got written up for calling her a feminazi, and she heard it. I accept responsibility for what I said. I do not accept responsibility for my intent. Because the fucking cunt, oh, she's a piece of work. She is an absolute piece of work. If it was up to her, there would be no immigration for Sharia law. But she does not want to reproduce either.
Well, the good side about her is that she's probably going to go back to Australia. And anyway, yeah. So
And
I think we pretty much covered this topic.
Okay. Well, okay. At the end of the day, ChatGPT even basically just said she's not going to win either way because both conditions will not work. Like it just doesn't work.
They won't work. And Andrew Wilson talks about this force doctrine, right? You see these women going, "Oh, well, you're lucky we just want equality and not revenge." And it's like, well, who's going to institute that revenge? Right? The
revenge is already in the court system. The revenge is in the legislative system. What more do you want?
Like,
okay.
What are you who's going to institute this revenge? You do those fucking soy boys that fucking sell out to on the off chance that they're gonna fucking get some sex out of you. Like those are the people that you're gonna have to enforce the rules.
Okay. If men stopped working, society crumbles in 3 days. 3 days. If not 2, because there's either no fuel or there's no food in the supermarket.
Well, the power goes out in less than 12 because the men, like the people operating the power generation plants are almost exclusively men. So the power goes out in less than 12.
Okay, so less than half a day, shit goes wrong? Well, guess what? We're all the men. Well, bitch. Oh, God. So, yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
So, oh, God.
We are totally off topic here.
Shocker on that, folks. Shocker on that.
Anyway, corruption at Pearson Airport. That's the last of the Canada content. We have one more additional thing that I wanted to bring up, which this last tail end section probably should have included in there, but it didn't. So we're gonna take a break. I got one more thing to check. And then we're going to pick up for topic number 6 here. So I will see you in a few minutes. All right, Pearson, you're here. All right. So, I was not going to bother with this, and then I realized that it's too small of a topic to cover on the Rookie 5 live stream, but it is too.
All right. I'm just going to say this right now. I don't care about the show.
I don't care about the show either, but it's
okay. I'm going to say though, I'm much more interested in what it's likely to be the absolute abject failure of Star Wars at this point. The Mandalorian and Grogu. I mean, Goo.
Well, if you want to come on 495, we'll be discussing that there. Just saying.
Okay. Next week.
Yep.
Oh
yeah, if you want to, we can if you want to throw in a little something at the end of this, we can.
I would like to. Okay,
because it's like unfortunately that flop overran the Saturday time limits, so it has to go on 495. Sorry. Oh, by the way, 500 is coming up. You need to be available for that as well.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. It's
me.
been like, well, I mean, it's
Wow.
been almost 2 years, dude. Since I said it was going to be some point in 2026 that we're going to hit episode 500, right?
Yeah.
So here we
Fair
are.
enough. Yeah. Okay.
All
Fair
right.
enough.
So,
Fair enough.
okay, I really didn't give a
Fat
absolute rat's ass about the boys. The guy who is the showrunner for the boys is got an absolute raging fucking case of Trump derangement syndrome.
Well, it's
And-
Hollywood. It's Hollywood. What more do you need
Well,
to
it's
say
like
than that?
not every show that comes out of Hollywood is that way anymore. It is slowly changing. You are still
Slowly.
seeing a lot of fucking stupidity out of Hollywood, but it's like, yeah, it is slowly. They get. We were talking about Colbert being canceled.
Oh yeah.
On the last show, and it was like, and it's like we're talking about Colbert, and it's like, well, I mean, like Stephen Colbert, like everybody in Hollywood is aware of the concept of get woke, go broke, right? Like they had been seeing the declining ratings on their show for years. Colbert and he was given the information that he needed to fucking turn, and as did James Corden, as did what the fuck is that one dude that really got in trouble after Charlie Kirk got assassinated?
I take your pick. What?
No, it was a late night show host. I can't remember what the fuck his name is.
Oh, he's the fatter fucker.
No, that's James Corden.
No. It's Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that hypocrite who was a big, strong, staunch defender of women. Well, just a few years earlier was doing the fucking Man Show, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So like him and Conan O'Brien, like although Conan O'Brien did kind of tone it down a little bit after a while. Conan O'Brien is Harvard educated, by the way. So he is not, well, education does not necessarily mean smart.
Thank you. Exactly for that. Exactly for that.
But I mean, he was fucking educated at Harvard, though, man. It's like you have to have decent grades, like really good grades and really good fucking connections to get into Harvard, right? Like they don't just let in anybody, right? Still.
Well, what the fuck was her name? She was one of Hollywood's elite. And she got her daughter into Yale or something like that. I don't remember the better part of it.
Well, I mean, they let Natalie Portman into Harvard, right? Oh, keep in mind, Natalie Portman was not stupid until she decided to fuck a married guy on the show Black Swan, on her movie Black Swan, where she slept with a married guy. Again, I suspect that married guy, though, was probably his marriage was like a certain individual who was on this show. That marriage was probably on the way out, which is why it didn't raise the waves that it should have. And she's still with the guy, by the way. So I mean, but I mean, again, right? Going back to the boys, right?
Yeah.
Never saw it. I saw parts of it. I was much more familiar with the comic, and I know how it ends. And I'm not spoiling anything now because the TV show is over. In the comic book, what ends up happening is Billy confronts Homelander at the White House after Homelander just decides he's going to take over the president. He's just going to take over the country. And what ends up happening is that Billy Batson ends up confronts. I think it's Billy Batson ends up confronting Homelander in the Oval Office, and Black Noir comes in, And it just, as it so turns out, Black Noir is actually a clone of Homelander. And the two of them,
a clone
of Homelander.
Okay,
Raised in a completely different environment, right?
So we're going to take Star Wars and then take it to a whole different tangent.
So yeah, him and Homelander just start duking it out. And they're evenly matched, obviously, right?
Obviously.
Billy just gets the fuck out of there, right? Because it's like he doesn't want to even get in between the two of them. And he tells the Marines, Billy Batson tells the Marines, it's like, yeah, Black Noir and Homelander are fighting in there. Black Noir wins the fight. However, Black Noir is so brutally mauled that he can barely even fucking walk, and his fucking intestines are fucking hanging out. And oh yeah, Homelander's had his fucking head ripped off at this point, right? So Black Noir is not in any position to be putting up much of a fight against a squad of heavily armed Marines. Like, he can actually take damage because it's like he's got his internal organs exposed, right? So they just go in and they just annihilate Black Noir in a hail full of gunfire, fire, and bullets. And at the end, the as of what happened in the TV series, Billy just goes over and uses a crowbar and just extracts the fucking head of Black Noir, and that's the end of the comic book. Now, in the TV series, what ends up happening is that Homelander loses his powers. I don't know how, and Billy kills him in the Oval Office after Homelander grovels like a little bitch for about a minute or so. Completely different ending. Now, what ended up happening is that there was another character, and again, I didn't follow the series, so I don't know that much about it. But there was a character in the series called the Deep. He was the Aquaman of the Seven. He wasn't as strong. He wasn't as intelligent. He wasn't a king. He could talk. He could breathe underwater. He had enhanced strength.
He was support.
And he could talk to fish. Right.
Okay.
And of course, he was a sexual deviant, so he had sex with the fish too. Yeah,
I gotta sit my dick into anything else but semi-human.
Yeah, he went there.
Flipper,
with an octopus, apparently.
Flipper, come over here.
So apparently, though, the Deep survives in the comic book. He doesn't survive, but in the TV series, he does, and he starts a podcast with Black Noir, which is a Manosphere podcast. And I'm like, I only listened to about 2 minutes of it.
Oh God!
And I can tell you, it is exactly what you would think that a fucking soy boy would write. What thinks that a guy in the Manosphere would talk about? If
God!
He actually I was like listening. I was like listening to the Deep, and it was like I'm listening to him talk, and it was like.
I'm going to put myself on mute. I need a beer. I will be back. It won't take that long, but please continue.
Oh, you're going to miss some really juicy stuff, man.
Okay. Just fill in. Let me just grab a beer. It shouldn't take you more than like 30 seconds. I'll be back.
30, 29, 28. All right. So, yeah. For those of you who don't know, the Deep is a bit of a sexual deviant. I'll be telling Pearson that when he comes back. But yeah, I listened to about 2 minutes of the show before doing this because I added this at the last minute. Yeah, how the Deep was talking in there is exactly how you would think a feminist or a soy boy thinks that this is the standard length of conversation that goes on. Pearson, let me know when you're back. It would be exactly the type of thing that you would expect. Feminist or soy boy or somebody who had massive Trump derangement syndrome, like the showrunner did for I can't remember who the fucking showrunner is. Like
for what?
For the Deep, I can't remember who it is, but anyway, like he had the guy who was the chief writer and the show. I think it was the showrunner had a serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. Well, anyway, yeah. So based on the 2 minutes that I listened to, it's like it's clear again, and this has been the issue from the beginning. It's very clear that these people are only going on what they have been told what the manosphere is, and
Eric,
not what the actual manosphere is, right?
I see Eric. Okay, I'm seeing Eric Kripke.
Eric Kripke, that's his name. Eric Kripke.
Okay.
Yeah. So Kripke, Kripke. I hold on a second. Let me just take a. I just got a fucking feeling about this guy. I mean, again.
Okay. Okay. Let's
oh my God, he is. He's like literally the fucking spitting image of a fucking male feminist and a soy boy.
Kripke?
Eric Kripke. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Go. If you have your computer, just go take a look at him. He looks like the type of guy who would write something like that about the manosphere. And it's like, yeah. He's balding, middle-aged, not particularly attractive. The only reason he's getting chicks at all is because he's got fucking money. And anyway, yeah, so I listen to the first 2 minutes. I'm gonna have to listen to the whole thing because I'm actually gonna have to do a full thing on this.
God.
So anyway, what ends up?
I'm sorry, but Kripke is more bald than I never am because my last name in Slavic means bald. Literally.
Okay, right.
Oh
so
my God.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
He looks Jewish.
So
I'm sorry, but he looks Jewish.
He might be. I don't really care. You know me. I don't get into the fucking Jew behind every blade of grass.
Yeah, but in Hollywood, there are a lot of fucking Jews. Anyway, next.
I don't get. In fact, I find that Jew behind every blade of grass crowd to be kind of fucking annoying. That's just me. Because it's like No, I won't go there because I might just go off on a tangent, and we've only got a very limited amount of time here. Yep. So, yeah, he does this, and I'm like listening, and it's like everything that he's saying is exactly what you would figure that a guy like Kripke would think that guys in the manosphere talk about. And it's like it's very obvious they didn't listen to it. But anyway, after the show ended, a former pro gamer guy by the name of Matt Jarbo, otherwise known as Mundane Matt. If you don't know who Mundane Matt was, Mundane Matt was one of the big, along with not Anita Sarkeesian. He was opposed to Anita Sarkeesian. He was one of the big names that was on the anti-Gamergate side of this issue. Right? He was one of the biggest critics. Like he was one of the people that went hard after Anita Sarkeesian and went hard after feminism and all that sort of stuff. And he disappeared after Trump got elected. It was very clear that he had Trump derangement syndrome, and I wasn't fucking interested in listening to yet another fucking podcaster with Trump derangement syndrome. So I stopped listening to the guy. Yeah. And then all of a sudden his stuff just just disappeared. Like all his back content just disappeared. And then just like, especially in the last 4 or 5 months, suddenly he's back and he's like a complete fucking leftist, right? And it's like, and I'm like with talking, like I actually had to respond to him because it was like this is a degree of selling out that I don't think Ethan Klein sold out a lot too. But if Ethan Klein, he was a grifter, so you kind of knew he was going to do it, right?
Yeah.
Matt Jarbo, though, got, or otherwise he was formerly known as Mundane Matt. Not only was he involved was he the anti-Gamergate side, but that whole, and we covered this, remember, we covered Evergreen State, right? That all that stuff that was all that insanity that was going on at Evergreen State, we covered that. And he lives in the same city that Evergreen State is. And apparently he's fairly close to Evergreen State, so he saw the leftist insanity is there. So he knows how bad feminism gets. He knows how bad leftists are.
Mm-hmm.
And when you go over to his Twitter profile and you look at some of the stuff that he's posting up now, it's like what the like, I mean, I know that because the quartering is going through it right now himself. It's like, what the fuck happened to you, man? It's like you saw what happened with Gamergate. You saw what happened at Evergreen State, and yet here you are, like championing
prostrating yourself. Yeah, you're prostrating yourself.
You're prostrating yourself at the cult of woke, right? And he posted up something that was just because, I mean, I got my finger on the Manosphere, and I know what is trending in the Manosphere. Nobody in the Manosphere. I mean, I actually checked the MGTOW TV, and I checked a couple of MGTOW forums, and I checked a couple of Red Pill forums to see if there was talk about Homelander, and there wasn't. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But him and a few other idiots were like going, "Oh well, guys in the Manosphere and incels everywhere are pissed off because their hero, Homelander, got killed in the final episode of The Boys."
This is Jeremy?
Not Jeremy Hambling, no. Mundane Matt Jarbo.
Okay.
Not Jeremy Hambling.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, and I'm like looking at him and I'm like going, dude, I'm hooked in to the Manosphere. I am involved in the Manosphere. Nobody in the Manosphere, and I even went over and checked on Reddit just to double, because I keep in mind I don't go over to 4chan, but I went over to Reddit to check, and there's hardly any mention of Homelander at all. Keep in mind, there's not a lot of Manosphere groups in Reddit anymore because Reddit's a fucking leftist cesspool. But I digress, right? Like, he made all these claims, and it's like, you're a lying. And I had to I literally had to say it to him on Twitter. It's like, yeah, you're a lying piece of fucking shit. Like, this is just not true. And I called out a couple of other idiots that were running with this narrative. One of them got really pissed off, and his response was to go over to my Twitter account, because I had a post from Mother's Day. I posted up at some other account because some guy thanked Sydney Sweeney's mom for talking Sydney Sweeney out of getting breast reduction surgery. And it was like, I think we can all be grateful that he did that. And this guy's like, she's not going to sleep with you. And it's like, yeah, dude, dude, like,
yes, okay. Yes, you're absolutely right. She's not going to sleep with me. I completely agree with you because I have realistic expectations. Now,
and I was like, yeah, dude, do you not see it? Do you not understand a joke when you see, oh, she's not going to sleep with you anyway? Like, do I give a shit? Like, dude, oh, yeah, this guy double, triple, quadruple. I tried to find anything he could to come at me. And it was like, oh, well, you're just pissed off because your hero Homelander got killed in the end. It's like, dude, I've never watched Homelander. Go through my fucking feed, find the place where I even mention him later. Oh, well, I'm not going to do that. Then you have no argument. Fuck off. And he still kept talking. Got to the point where I had to block him. But yeah, no, Matt Jarbo
just would not stop yapping. Just like a mother. just like a modern woman.
Yeah, well, Destiny is like that too. He'll just talk until you either fucking boot him off or you shut up, or you basically put his microphone on mute, right?
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, so it's like anyway,
God.
no, Matt Jarbo didn't respond to me. I think because I've had a couple run-ins with Matt Jarbo. Like Matt Jarbo makes these fucking claims by
He
feminists
talks
from the
talk.
left.
Matt Jarvo talks the talk, but he can't walk the walk.
Well, I mean, he's not very, I mean, yeah. Well, here's the thing. What ended up happening to Matt Jarbo is that he started using his position as a big YouTube content creator. And this is what Jeremy Hambling has been getting in trouble for, to get smaller YouTube accounts shut down. Jarbo got caught cold doing that. And Jeremy Hambling looks like he's been doing the same thing. I'm not gonna reserve judgment on him, but it looks like he's been doing the same thing.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, no, and Jarbo, and here's the thing, like Jarbo completely deleted all his earlier content. Like it's like you can't find any of it anywhere. And you want to know why you can't find any of it anywhere? Because if you do find it, you'll realize what a massive seller it is. But here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
The reason why they did this is because the Deep had that that did that podcast with Black Noir called Manhandle, and the way they were talking, it's like, are you a fucking idiot? Like nobody in the Manosphere talks like that. Or if they do, I haven't run into them. So what the hell are you guys talking about, right? It's like nobody. Yeah, I looked in MGTOW TV to try and find any of the content that mentions Homelander. There's nothing there, right? So it's like, no, sorry, dude. Like Homelander is not a fucking hero to the Manosphere, right? Like and I literally had to go to Matt Jarbo and I go, stop fucking lying. Here's the issue, though. On that is and this is something that I've sort of started realizing is that the fact that the mainstream media is now going through the efforts to try to smear the Manosphere every fucking chance they get is a clear sign that the Manosphere is starting to have an impact. So you look at a guy like Eric Kripke and you see what he's doing, and he chose to put this in there, and it was poorly fucking researched. And it's like, yeah, you know what?
Well, okay.
On the one hand, it was
okay. Can it be any worse than the last straight male Doctor Who, where Peter Garibaldi's character was constantly being struck down or hit or whatever with every little dig that could ever be thrown at a man?
Yeah, well, I get Doctor Who is pretty much done too.
Oh no, okay, Doctor Who and Marvel and especially, unfortunately, Star Wars
and Star Trek.
Yeah, they're all dead.
Don't even get me fucking started on Starfleet Academy. Oh my god. What a fucking disaster that was.
What are we talking about? The
Klingon? Yeah, among other things.
Just
right?
Stop it. I'm just going to conquer him with my Bathlack and he'll take it up.
It's like this is a military operation.
Mm-hmm.
And they have soft fucking soy boys, fat fucking women, like fat, out of shape women.
Yeah, as science officers, because that's their
as science officers. But I mean, it's like, it's like in the military, you have to maintain a minimum. I mean, again, like some guys don't, obviously, but I mean,
just stop it. Just
stop
it. Oh, look at him. He looks so cute. Good God.
So yeah. So
anyway.
they made this claim, and it's like, that's just not true. Like,
Mm.
stop fucking lying. Of course, Mending Matt didn't respond. He never fucking does, right? And it's like,
Yep.
but I mean, ultimately, here's what it comes down to me is the fact that they're so fucking desperate to take a shot at the Manosphere that they would try and pull a stunt like this.
Mm-hmm.
Tells you that the Manosphere is definitely starting to have an impact, and even in Hollywood, they're aware of it. And I'm just going to let you have the final word, and then we're done.
Well, oh God, what do you want me to say? I mean, if it isn't The Boys, it's going to be Star Trek. If it isn't going to be Star Trek, it's going to be Marvel. If it's going to be Marvel, it's going to be Star Wars. If it's going to be Star Wars, it's going to be, I don't know. Take your fucking pick. Hollywood went woke. They're going broke. And, I mean, shit. At the time, I called it for what it was, which is that I may not have much of an impact as an individual, but again, I'm the gatekeeper to what my son will watch, because if I don't pay for it, he's not going to see it. At least he will see bits and pieces of whatever it will be on Disney Plus or from Disney. And that's exactly what it is. Individually, it isn't much. Collectively, it's a whole lot more. No.
Yep. Go finish off what you're going to say.
Yeah. No, I've never watched an episode of The Boys. I've never read the comics. I don't give a flying fuck. So let them do what they're going to do, because they're going to do it anyway. Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power. Yeah, what more do I need to say? The Witcher that's been changed over. Yeah, what do I need to say? Nothing, because their self-destruction is going to be more than evident. But you have to be, shall we say, open-minded to actually see it as it unfolds. And if you don't, exactly.
Warhammer 40K. This is another one. This may come as absolutely no fucking surprise to you. The female custody plastics, the figures, they didn't sell at all. Like, hardly at all. Right. And they ceased doing the run on them. And it's like, and you had all these people in woke hammer like going, well, you're just a misogyny. Like, I mean, do you know anything about the fucking Warhammer 40K universe? Right?
Well,
like, woke.
Well, the fact that the female custodies was a fan-made edition, and they're trying to treat it as being canon, who's got a problem? It's not the fan base, because the fan base, like the likes of Henry Cavill, no, I've never cared for Warhammer. It's too dark. It's too over the top. It's too much.
Well, I mean, I used to not be a fan of Warhammer until I got into the lore, and it was like, oh yeah, now I'm definitely into it. It's like, no, I wouldn't want to be living in the Warhammer universe, but it's like,
somebody either will like it or will not like it. I don't care. So I'm objectively, I'm neutral to it.
Mm-hmm.
You and V and whoever else that likes it, you know what? Just nerd debate all you want. I don't give a shit, and I don't. But at the end of the day, something like Warhammer or Warhammer 40K or whatever, guess what? It's going to be male, because why? Are women going to fucking jump up and jump into the military? About what? 98% are going to say no.
Well, 98% of them wouldn't even be able to pass the physical qualifications for combat roles in the first place.
Yes, and I will not be able to qualify for the physical because I don't have a colon anymore. And I'm well aware of that.
I could whip myself into shape, and I might be able to join. But I'm an old man, and I ain't gonna go fight somebody else's war at this point.
Not unless you're in Ukraine. But and the thing with my son is that he has my genetic inheritance, or the defect, what do you want to call it? Which is what I was hoping to avoid, but it is what it is. So he is a liability at some point because surgery will be required unless, medical advances change. So at the end of the day, with the boys, I didn't know anything about it before. I don't know anything about it afterwards. Am I going to lose sleep over this? No, I'm not. Is this going to be another nail in the coffin for woke Hollywood that's just it may not be able to recover from? You know what? That's their fucking problem, because I sleep better at night because I don't get involved in this shit. So
well, again, right? I think a lot of the reason why Warhammer 40K has become so fucking popular is because Kathleen Kennedy, Dave Filoni, have literally fucking destroyed Star Wars. And again, we'll be covering the Star Wars situation on 495.
Baloney.
Anyway, you know what? We've kind of gone on long enough about this.
Yep.
Didn't watch The Boys, wasn't really interested, was a little bit more familiar with the comic.
No fucks to give on my part.
The fact that feminists and soy boys were acting as though the finale of The Boys was somehow a victory over the Manosphere when nobody in the Manosphere gave a shit about this fucking show. Well, again, this will be the last point, and then we'll end it. This falls under the same category as Andrew Wilson getting temporarily flustered because this one woman just will not be fucking honest about anything, and Andrew Wilson just gets completely flustered for about a minute, and they start acting, try to project out as though Andrew Wilson lost the entire debate when he just got flustered for a moment. Or Andrew Tate, a guy, by the way, who I'm not a really large fan of, although I am somewhat familiar with some of the things that he said now, lost a boxing match to a guy 15, 16 years younger than him.
Okay.
And boxing, he's an MMA fighter. He's not a boxer. So he lost a boxing match to a guy at his physical peak in a sport that's not his main sport. And they were acting as though that this was some sort of a giant ownership of the Manosphere. So it's like, the fact of the matter is that they keep trying to reach for these events, and they try to act as though these are some major ownership over the Manosphere, when in fact, I've seen some stuff in the past, but this was just an outright flagrant lie.
Shocker.
And something had to be, shocker, but it's like, you kind of figured that they would at least have some kind of kernel of truth, but this one has zero kernel of truth, other than the fact that the Deep, a character that likes to fuck octopus, ran a fucking Manosphere podcast known as Manhandled. And with that, we are done. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we went for a while.
Bye.